Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 9th Seoul Climate-Energy Conference 2024. My name is Eun-bin Cho, and I'm a second-year master's student at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability, and I will be your MC for today's event. I would like to show my sincere appreciation for KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability, Coalition for Our Common Future, the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, attending VIPs, and distinguished participants for making this event possible. Under the main theme, Intelligence-Powered Solutions to Net Zero, AI and Convergence Talent for Green Transformation, around 40 climate energy leaders have gathered to engage in in-depth discussions on the importance of nurturing talents and how AI-based net zero intelligence can accelerate green transformation. Experts from academia and industry, both in and out of Korea, will discuss innovative climate response strategies using AI, sustainable financial systems, and international cooperation on green industrial policies. Ladies and gentlemen, for this conference, we are privileged to welcome Bang Ki-moon, Chairman of Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. Choi Sang-mok, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Economy and Finance. Park Sang-uk, Senior Presidential Secretary for Science and Technology at the Presidential Office. Kim Myung-ja, Chairperson of KAIST. Lee Chang-hum, Secretary of the Presidential Office for Climate and Environment. Kang Seok-hun, Chairman and CEO of Korea Development Bank. Lee Ho-hyun, Deputy Prime Minister for Energy Policy at the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. Chung Dong-hee, CEO and Chairman of Korea Power Exchange. Chu Hyung-hook, SKENS CEO. Yeo Hoong-gu, Chairman of Coalition for Our Common Future. And last but certainly not least, Kim Sang-hyuk, co-chair of the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth of the Republic of Korea and a key partner of today's event. We are also joined by many other distinguished guests from around the world. While we may not be able to introduce each one individually, we deeply appreciate your presence and participation today. First of all, we will start our conference with the welcoming remarks delivered by President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming President Lee to the stage.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Kwang-hyung, the president of KAIST. I'd like to warmly welcome all of you to the 9th Seoul Climate-Energy Conference, jointly organized by KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability and Coalition for Our Common Future. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the 8th UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who is also the chairman of Ban Ki-moon Foundation for Better Future, and Deputy Prime Minister Choi Sang-mok, the Minister for Economy and Finance, and Mayor Oh Se-hun hasn't arrived yet, but thank you very much. And also, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to Senior Presidential Secretary Park Sang-uk for Science and Technology, Deputy Minister Lee Chang-hum of Climate Change for their participation in this event. We also would like to thank our sponsors, Chairman Kim Sang-hyuk of the Presidential Commissions on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, Dean Ji-young of KAIST Graduate School for his hard work, and also Dr. Yeo Hoong-gu, the chairman of the board. The climate crisis that we are all faced with is the issue of the CO2. Our Earth is faced with the grave challenge. 2.7 billion years ago, there were microorganisms that started photosynthesis and then created oxygen. For the first time, our Earth was filled with CO2, nitrogen. There was no oxygen at all. However, with the photosynthesis, CO2 was reduced, oxygen increased. That's the start of our Earth. And then about 250 million years ago, once again, we have undergone different age, and then this CO2 in atmosphere turned into solid, it became trees, and then the trees were actually rotten on Earth, it turned into coal and then oil. Then we started industrial revolutions, we invented energy and the CO2, they are deeply preserved underground, and then it is now on the atmosphere, creating another challenges. These are the issues that we are faced with, and I'm presenting two options to resolve this issue. First option is the fundamental issues need to be tackled. We need energy, but we need energy without emitting any CO2. We need to develop that. One of the solutions is, for example, nuclear fusions or artificial synthesis, photosynthesis, those could be our option. Second approach that we need to take is the CO2 that are already emitted on atmosphere, how could we reduce it, mitigate it, or how could we develop a technology that can minimize the CO2 or the existing CO2, how can we capture, store, and then turn that into liquid CO2. So we need research. In order to facilitate and activate research, we need to legislate laws and regulations to create an atmosphere. So if you look at the research that are ongoing, it is directly related with technology development. That is why we have established presidential commissions on carbon neutrality and green growth to focus our attentions on developing new technology to mitigate CO2. And I believe that is very timely approach. The theme of today's conference is Intelligence Power Solution to Net Zero, AI and Convergence Talent for Green Transformation. The CO2 emitted to the atmosphere, we need to find a way to mitigate, and second, we need to legislate laws and regulations to boost that approach. Today is an opportunity where top experts from academia, industry gather together to discuss in-depth innovative climate response utilizing AI technology strategy for fostering carbon neutral convergence talent and ways to build a sustainable financial system. The Seoul Climate-Energy Conference will serve as a forum where we will discuss and then lead to practical solutions to achieve the green transitions to net zero goals. 2023, we hosted a conference. We started providing a special education on green growth and sustainability. The graduate school focuses on establishing policies to capture, store CO2 and provide green financing, and also addressing energy issues or financing green energy issues. So we also established Artificial Photosynthesis Research Center, which is sponsored by Hana Bank Group. It's an independent company established by Hana Bank Group's support. Because this issue cannot be resolved by one attempt, we will continue to do the research for the next 10, 20 years so that what the photosynthesis done by plants can be done by a human being. And we will continuously make investment to realize that. Last but not least, I sincerely would like to express my gratitude to all the people involved in organizing today's conference. I wish you happiness and health. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your welcoming remarks, President Lee. Next, it is my personal honor to introduce His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the chairman of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, to give us a special message. Please give him a big round of applause.
Dr. Lee Kwang-hyung, President of KAIST, thank you for your organizing this very important gathering. Honorable Choi Sang-mok, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance, Chairperson of KAIST, Dr. Kim Myung-ja, and Professor Kim Sang-hyuk, Co-Chair of the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I express my highest congratulations on the occasion of the 2024 9th Seoul Climate-Energy Conference. You have all assembled here today under the guiding theme of intelligence-powered solutions to net zero, AI, and convergence talent for green transformation. I believe the theme of this year's conference is particularly timely, considering the urgent need to rapidly hit net zero by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, we currently stand at a pivotal moment in history of humankind. Climate change has been ushering in dire risks and elevated instability. Frankly, no one is safe. If we hesitate now, humanity's survival will be greatly imperiled. The core of such action is to drastically slash the planet's carbon emissions and achieve net zero by 2050, as has been decided by the United Nations and whole world's leaders. There is no other way around. As a former Secretary General of the United Nations, I am proud to have brought all the leaders of the world together to join their hands together on the deck. There is no difference between big countries or small countries. This is something which humanity and our planet Earth are facing, the most serious emergence which we have to work together. The science has always been clear, as Dr. Lee Kwang-hyung has clearly mentioned again this morning. We must act substantially, reduce carbon emissions and hit net zero by mid-century, by 2050 at the latest. This will require a fundamental transformation of our economies, societies, and way of our life. The humanity and our planet Earth, the only planet Earth, are on the risk of being, there may not be humanity anymore. Many people, even scientists, they say that within 100 years, we may be endangered by this sixth mass extinction. What does mass extinction means? That means almost 70% of humanity and animals and all living things will perish. Then when did the previous fifth mass extinction happen? Scientists say that it happened 65 million years ago. Why then 65 million years after, when we are enjoying all science and technologies, etc., then why we have to face this mass extinction, sixth mass extinction? This is not what I am saying to you. I am saying what the world's top scientists are saying to us. This is why we are gathering this morning. Again, we have to do what the science tells us. Doing so will address energy shortages, improve well-being, and catalyze public-private partnership, and multi-stakeholder cooperation, and the role of innovation, science, and technology, including targeted AI, is vital moving forward. Indeed, net zero intelligence is a key to achieving this historic transformation. By harnessing the cutting-edge power of data and analytics, we can gain a deeper understanding of our carbon emissions and identify the most effective ways to target and reduce them. Against this backdrop, today's conference brings together leaders from across society to explore how we can use net zero intelligence to achieve our carbon reduction goals. We will hear from experts on a wide range of topics, including, first, industrial decarbonization, second, green finance, third, education of the next generation, how we teach our young generation, future generations, and international cooperation. Not a single country in this world, however resourceful, however powerful one may be, like we normally think about United States or European countries, they cannot do it alone. We must all work together. That's the order, and that's what all our distinguished scientists, 21st century technology, are asking us to do. So I'm sure that this morning and tomorrow we'll have some in-depth discussions and resolve our firm commitment to do all together. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, these are complex challenges, but I am confident that we can overcome them through a guiding commitment to cooperation, innovation, partnership, and quality ideas. In this regard, I take this opportunity to humbly call on all of you to align your timely net zero intelligence efforts with the existing United Nations Sustainable Development and Climate Goals, 17 goals. There are 17 goals which were adopted in September 2015 while I was the Secretary General. I don't claim that it was done by myself. It was done by whole world's leaders. It's very rare. The world leaders are becoming one mind. I think there were, 2 times when world leaders, whole world leaders, decided to agree on Sustainable Development Goals with the 17 goals. Another time, December 12, 2015 in Paris, when whole world leaders came together and agreed on Paris Climate Change Agreement. Those two are the guidelines which we must do. So let us resolve and let us work together to make this world better for all the people and our planet Earth. This is for Deputy Prime Minister, that's your political responsibility. For all of us as scientists, the business leaders, that's our moral responsibility. I am now having only moral responsibility. I don't have any political responsibility. But as a former Secretary General of the United Nations who worked day and night to make this realized, at least these are plans which we must implement. So let's work together to realize and to send our succeeding generations sustainable and peaceful all the times. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, Your Excellency. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another warm round of applause. Now, I would like to welcome Choi Sang-mok, Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, to make a congratulatory remark for the conference. Let's welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Deputy Prime Minister Choi Sang-mok and Minister of Strategy and Finance. First of all, I'd like to thank KAIST President Lee Kwang-hyun and Coalition for Our Common Future for organizing today's event and congratulate you on successfully hosting the 9th Seoul Climate-Energy Conference. I also would like to thank Chairman Ban Ki-moon and also Seoul Metropolitan City Mayor Oh Se-hoon, distinguished guests, Chairman Kim Sang-hyuk of the Presidential Commissions on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. Distinguished guests, I'm very pleased to be here today. Countries and companies around the world are competing fiercely to secure low carbon competitiveness. Climate leaders are moving only to become the carbon neutral powerful nations and transforming their industrial ecosystem. Furthermore, they are expanding their green competitive advantages into trade, norms, and promoting bold strategies to foster green industries. Korea needs to be proactive in addressing the tectonic shift of climate change and energy transitions to secure future growth. Today's discussions of various solutions to these challenges is very timely. In particular, I believe that the combination of AI and green transformation is an innovative model that can change the future. The Korean government will actively support the low-carbon transformation of our economy and business with a three-pronged strategy. First, we will build a low-carbon industrial ecosystem, prioritize projects with high carbon impact, and strengthen support system to mitigate the risk of innovative low-carbon investment. We'll also significantly expand R&D investment, which are key to achieving carbon neutrality, to secure global green competitiveness and build them into future growth engine. Second, we will create a market-driven green transitions infrastructure. The importance of carbon market is growing as it puts a price on carbon and incentivizes companies to reduce emissions of CO2. While closely monitoring the conditions of our industry, will reform the structure of the emissions trading markets, including reorganizing the emissions allowance and allocation systems and expanding market participants restore the original functions of the carbon market. Will expand the green finance ecosystem, increase the supply of guarantee funds, loans for green transformation from 6 trillion won in 2024 to 9 trillion won in 2025. Third, will effectively respond to new climate norms such as Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism or CBAM and ESG disclosure. In the face of new trade order, we'll expand climate infrastructure such as carbon MRV and climate disclosure and actively support Korean companies in strengthening their external capabilities. Distinguished guests, the transition to low carbon economy is not an easy task, but it's a responsibility that cannot be postponed to future generation. The government will do its best to secure the dynamisms of our economy and industry for future generation. Thank you.
Thank you for your message, Deputy Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a well-deserved round of applause. Lastly, Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of Seoul, has sent a congratulatory message. Please join me in applauding him.
안녕하십니까. 서울시장 오세훈입니다.
Greetings, I'm Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City. I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the 9th Seoul Climate-Energy Conference. I would like to thank KAIST President Lee Kwang-hyun, Head Professor Ji-yong of KAIST GGGS, and Chairman Yeo Hoong-gu of the Coalition for Our Common Future, as well as all those involved in organizing this conference. Thank you. The Seoul Climate-Energy Conference, which began in 2014, is Korea's first climate-energy conference that brings together experts from academia, government, industry, international organizations, and civil society. The conference has made significant contribution to transition towards green growth and sustainable future society. Now in its 9th year, I have high expectations for this conference where more advanced discussions on carbon neutrality solutions, including AI innovation, sustainable finance, and green industries will take place. Recently, as social demands for overcoming the climate crisis have intensified, efforts to fight the climate crisis is becoming strengthened globally. For instance, C40, a group of world's major cities, is calling for enhanced participation from member cities in reducing fossil fuel use. Seoul Metropolitan City is also making multifaceted efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emission efficiently, continuously, and actively, and participate in these global climate policies. First and foremost, we are implementing the Climate Companion Buildings project to reduce greenhouse gas emission from the building sector, which accounts for more than 2/3 of the total emissions. We are promoting the decarbonization of buildings through a reporting and rating system for building energy use and ceiling that gives meaning to building greenhouse gas reduction. In addition, we plan to pursue various renewable heat-related policies, such as mandating the introduction of renewable heat for large new buildings to change the supply source of heating and cooling energy from fossil fuels to eco-friendly energy sources like geothermal, hydrothermal, and aerothermal energies. Furthermore, to reduce emissions in the transportation sector, which has the second highest share of greenhouse gas emission, we are expanding the use of Climate Companion Card, which is used by over 500,000 citizens daily. We are also working to increase the use of public transportation and bicycles by reducing road space and repurposing it for bicycle lanes and green spaces. In the medium to long term, we plan to restrict the operation of internal combustion engine vehicles and actively support the transition to eco-friendly vehicles. Going forward, Seoul Metropolitan City will continue to do its best to create a sustainable future by proactively responding to the climate crisis as a responsible member of the global community. Once again, congratulations on hosting this conference. I hope this conference will be a meaningful time to turn the climate crisis, a challenge of our era, into an opportunity for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your message, Mayor. We will now proceed with a special dialogue titled Green Big Bang Leadership Dialogue, Industrial and Financial Strategy to Scale and Speed Up Green Transition. We have invited distinguished leaders from various fields. We will proceed with the program as soon as the stage is ready. The special dialogue is led by Mr. Kim Sang-hyuk, co-chair of the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. Once the stage is ready, we will proceed with the program. From now on, the special dialogue will be led by the moderator.
안녕하십니까, 김상엽입니다. 시간이 좀 지체가 됐기 때문에
A little bit behind the schedule, so let me kick off our panel discussion. Climate crisis is getting serious day by day. So carbon neutrality, green growth, we need to accelerate the speed. We need to increase the scale. That's the purpose of Green Big Bang. The Court of Constitution announced that starting from 2031 until 2049, we need to make sure that the Korean government present greenhouse gas emission reduction plan. As you know, we already have net zero plan until 2040. So 4.3% of the CO2 or greenhouse gas emission has already been reduced, and still net zero the destinations that we are aiming for, we need to double and triple our efforts to realize that goal. And I believe that the Constitution Court's decision will not only tackle the climate crisis, but it is very significant because it is providing an approach that we need to tackle the climate issues with the approach from the legislation. Today, one of the theme of the session is AI. Recently, IAEA Secretary General Patti Biro said that AI and energy has become a couple, inseparable couple. So in October, it has invited the head of the Google or others, so they will discuss AI in energy, etc. So a very special conference mixing the theme of AI and energy will be hosted. So a couple of months much earlier than what IAEA will host, we are having this topic. Today we have invited experts from the financial sector, academia, industry, science. So all the leaders in Korea we have invited to discuss about how to realize net zero, how we can speed up our transition. So this is occasions to come up with this strategy. Title of our discussion is Green Big Bang Leadership Dialogue. About an hour will be spent for this panel discussion, and as we proceed our dialogue, there will also be a special net zero intelligence partnership launch between different parties from industry, academia, etc. So please stay with us. Now, let me invite the two lead speech. Last March, together with the government and financial institutions, have jointly announced that by 2030, more than 400 trillion won will be financed to realize green transition. One of that is, let's invite Chairman and CEO Kang Seok-kun of KDB, Korea Development Bank, to hear about the KDB's green transition strategy. Please welcome Kang Seok-kun, the Chairman and CEO of KDB, with a big round of applause. Hello everyone. I am Chairman and CEO Kang Seok-kun of KDB. It is my honor and privilege to be here today and to deliver speech in front of so many experts from different circles. Today, I'd like to talk about what KDB does in terms of the policy, financing, the role of KDB in realizing the green transitions and green financing. The whole world is faced with the emergency of the deglobalization and decarbonization. Uncertainty has increased. On top of that, there is a huge challenge of climate crisis. So, amid such uncertainty and challenge, major countries around the world needs to make sure that we also implement green transitions, biotransitions. The hope for our future is that the digital AI can play a pivotal role, and using AI robot, the human being will be released from a difficult manual work, but also there will be new medical technology, medical devices. We can enjoy longevity without any disease. However, there's a condition only when these two transitions successfully is implemented. But if we fail to implement green transition, our environment will be destructed. Whole humanity fall into the trap of destructions. Therefore, our fundamental task is realizing the green transition. Green transition is our foremost priority, and I'm sure that you all agree. But realizing that goal, the process of going that destination is very, very difficult. There are highs and downs, and depending on the Paris Agreement, we need to make sure that the temperature increase should be capped at 1.5 degrees and below the Industrial Revolution time, which means that we have to totally scrap our past behavior and go back to what happened before Industrial Revolutions. Rapid actions are taken by countries around the world, but at the same time, they are taking a new industrial policy so that they can build a framework. For example, inflation reduction, Act or Green Deal investment plans, and also CBAM, and also the mandatory disclosures of the climate-related actions. All of these are another hurdles. In Korea, we are faced with many challenges as well. Compared to the industrial countries, we are a late joiner, but still we are trying to restructure our industry because we are manufacturing countries, but the reason why we started late is because we are very much led by the export and manufacturing industry. In order to secure green competitiveness, the role of finance is extremely important. The technology to reduce CO2 emissions and also new carbon reduction technology, we need financial support. Without that, carbon neutrality is an empty promise. However, the government budget is limited, and all of these can be possible only when private sector's investment is poured in. And to realize that, policy financing role is pivotal. The role of financing can be regarded in two ways. First, market adjuster. So policy financing can adjust the market as a long-term, a large-scale finance is provided to the market. Carbon neutrality can be regarded as a very important national task and can send a signal, and we can create a market where private sector can jump in. Second, observing the market risk. So when the companies try to make investment, they are afraid of the risk. So the policy finance can de-risk such fear in order to play that role. But 5 policy financing institutions will play a certain role, including 15.4 trillion won to be provided by KDB. There will be additional policy loans so that the promising green industry will be nurtured. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a most representative policy loan or policy financing institution, KDB has played important role. Now, carbon neutrality is an important mission that we need to fulfill such role, and we are doing the best we can do. Let me elaborate. 2030 greenhouse gas emission reduction is our goal. For that, we are providing financing and support so that the industries can focus on creating eco-friendly industry. For the next 7 years, 15.4 trillion green financing will be provided. The sectors are such as fossil fuel-based industrial structure. If it's transformed into zero carbon emissions, environmental friendly, then the policy loan will be provided. And also the industry that are aiming at securing green competitiveness will provide extra support. Also, the materials and parts and component equipment industry will be further developed, and also virtuous cycle of the industry's structure will be built. The theme of today's conference is Intelligence Power Solutions to Net Zero is very significant for KDB. We live in the era of AI, and intelligence power solution to net zero must be connected to industry and also to our policy. I believe that in order to achieve green growth, to achieve green transformation, one of the key technology is AI. And in the future, in all sectors, KDB will drastically expand its investment so that Korea can be the front runner in the AI-utilized eco-friendly industry. Last but not least, I would like to express my views that we can have a heated discussions and also seek solutions so that we can advance the green transformation. Thank you.
So I have a question to Chairman Kang. Chairman Kang, you have funded 100 trillion won to create the second battery and AI for creating a super gap industry representing Korea. So they are all supportive of carbon neutral industry. I met with the president of ADB, and ADB is calling itself Asia Climate Bank. ACB. So KDB is one of the most important climate bank in Korea. So 2 days ago, Professor In and we had a workshop with the Financial Supervisory Commission, and FSC said that we need a lot of tolerable capital to grow the industry. There is a need for a lot of funding. So, Chairman, what's your opinion about that? I would like to share two things. KDB is going to invest 100 trillion won for future industries going down the road. And the core industries are semiconductor industry, secondary battery, and AI. These are going to be our core investment sectors. This kind of investment for AI and semiconductor, we will be using the technology directly to create carbon mitigation technology, maximize the use of renewable energy, and create virtuous cycle industry. KDB, so far, over the past 5 years, have invested 12 trillion won for electric vehicle industry, because this is a very break or make industry for Korea. EV companies for green transition by investing in AI. We also promoted green transition. For that, we believe that we have 30 trillion won of legal requirement for funding, and by the end of this year, we will have only 1 or 2 trillion remaining. So by the end of this year, we are going to drastically increase our budget by 50 billion. Yes. Why don't we give him a big round of applause to cheer him up? The role of finance can never be emphasized today, because it is truly shaping the future of our destiny. And Chairman Kang, I feel a lot of strength in your position. And we have another very important person who has paved the way for export of nuclear reactor to Czechoslovakia. So we are going to invite Vice Minister Che from the Ministry of Land, Trade, Industry and Energy. Please welcome Vice Minister Che with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here with you all. I'm from MOTI, and I'm Lee Ho-hyun, Deputy Minister from MOTI. I have written a script, but in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we've gone through some concerns and issues in the industry, so I thought that it is right for me to share them with you today. When we talk about power grid for carbon neutrality, we need to increase the portion of carbon-free energy sources like nuclear energy, renewable energy. They need to be upgraded in terms of their contribution to our grid. And for zero carbon energy transition, as of last year, it is just 40%. According to the 11th Power Supply Basic Plan, by 2030, nuclear power, hydrogen, renewable energy would have to account for 53% of the power supply. By 2038, the portion will go up to 70%. So carbon-free energy will account for 70% of our grid by 2038. This summer was extremely hot. The power utilities never going to forget this year's summer. For the entire nation, we have 150 gigawatts of power, but we are not using all of that. For renewable energy, it's variable depending on weather. So excluding that, if we also discount the the power plants that are out of function, we have only 103 or 104 gigawatt that can be actually used. You might have seen this in the media, and the power peak last year was 93.6 gigawatt, but this year we have broken that record by reaching 97 gigawatt. So in August this year, we have broken the peak record by 5 times in just August. We only have few days till Thanksgiving. It's supposed to be the end of summer, but only yesterday we have recorded 93.2 gigawatt. So it's always above 90 degrees. 90 gigawatt. We only have 103 gigawatt of supply, but the demand actually goes up to 97. So in terms of reserve power, we are quite limited. We really have to do a better job of managing supply and demand for power in Korea. Why are we having this kind of situation? Especially photovoltaic energy, renewable energy, they produce 23 gigawatt, and out of this 23 gigawatt, PV efficiency, when it's extremely high, it will increase the power supply. Depending on weather, there is a variability in power supply that is actually creating a lot of instability in our power supply. So we really have to do a better job of managing variability in renewable energy sources. So PV, wind, of course, we need to make them more predictable before they can be added to our grid. And for that, we believe AI will be playing a very important role. For nuclear power, it's going to be more than just a base load. Depending on flexible demand, we need to also make it more flexible in terms of power supply. That's where the Korean government policy is going. We are introducing a lot of renewable energy, other sources of carbon-free energy to make renewable energy more predictable as a supply. So also make it more efficient and flexible source of power. On the other hand, in order to add more carbon-free energy on our grid, we need to have flexible sources of power. Like the fossil fuel power plant used to play that role, but now hydrogen, ammonia, energy storage, batteries will be playing a more important role. For carbon neutral power grid, our grand design is to add more renewable energy by making them more predictable and make the nuclear power plant more flexible and add more flexible sources of power to our grid to resolve variability and rigidity issues of our grid. Of course, using primary energy is important, but electrification only accounts for 20% of our energy. And in order to achieve carbon-free energy transition, not just the electrification, but we need an overall roadmap for electrification of our primary sources of energy. Recently, Alpha E, I have met with the president of Alpha E of the United States. In that research institute, they are establishing carbon neutrality strategy in 3 areas. First, electron, clean electrons, renewable energy and carbon-free energy in order to add them to our industrial grid. That is important. Second, oil, molecule, clean, that needs to be turned into a clean system. Ammonia, hydrogen, CCUS, these technologies need to be reused. And we need molecular clean technology. Last but not least, we need in Korean semiconductor industry, there is a lot of demand for heat in the industrial site. So we have to claim the heat in a more efficient manner. And we need strategies for that. The Korean government, as part of the roadmap development, we are going to focus on clean molecule, clean heat, clean electron, so that we can create synergy effect between these technologies as part of our overall roadmap. I'm sure we'll be able to discuss that in depth with you. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 우리 이호연 실장님은요.
Deputy Minister Lee, when public servants go to the overseas to be trained, they sometimes take on a very relaxed manner. But if they go to Oxford, Deputy Minister actually started solar energy at Oxford, which is really exceptional. Clean electron, clean molecular, clean heat. McKinsey has come up with that idea. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Lee. Please give him a big round of applause. For Deputy Minister, we are joined by also Chairman Jo Hwan-ik, who used to be the CEO of Korea Electric Power Corporation. We look forward to your participation in the panel discussion afterwards. So I'm going to invite the rest of the panelists for our leadership dialogue. President Lee Kwang-hyung, Deputy Minister Lee, and CEO Chu Hyung-uk of SK-ENS, and Corporate Executive Vice President Kim Soo-jin from Samsung Electronics, and Senior Vice President Song Bok-gu from Hyundai Motor Group, EV Innovation Strategy Business Team. And from POSCO Holdings, we have Executive Director Kim Hee. And we are also going to invite Professor Robert Eccles from Oxford University Said Business School. So, President Lee, would you like to take a seat as well? After this session is over, we are going to have a keynote presentation by Chairperson Kim Myung-ja of KAIST. She was a former Minister of Environment. She will talk about how to turn this climate crisis into opportunity. Now let us start. So I would like to go in this order. First, we would like to invite CEO Chu Hyung-uk from SK-ENC.
So we'll ask CEO Chu Hyung-uk first. CEO Chu Hyung-uk last May has realized building the groundbreaking of the Aqua factory, and he announced that this year will be Aqua hydrogen era. And also the SK Group Chairman Choi Tae-hoon also declared that hydrogen ecosystem will be built within SK. So that is the ambition of SK in that journey. What is the current progress? We are curious about that.
And what's your next strategy? Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Hyung-uk from SK-ENS. Let me talk about the hydrogen market, where it is now and in the future direction. We're taking step-by-step approach. First of all, SK Group has its competency and infrastructure, and we have the bi-hydrogen and liquefaction plant. We are building the plant, producing 30,000 capacity per year, liquid hydrogen charging station. We are going to provide the hydrogen to the hydrogen buses. We are building the ecosystem first. In terms of passenger cars, of course, we are seeing more EVs, but more than 5-ton bus or large vehicles, commercial vehicles that have to travel a long distance. Is it realistic to transition them to EVs? Probably not. Probably hydrogen is a better solution for large commercial vehicles. So in order to build a proper mobility ecosystem, as for the urban cities of local governments and larger area buses operated by local governments, we are trying to transition them to hydrogen buses now to build a hydrogen ecosystem. That's our first plan. Our second plan is to expand the hydrogen market by creating a hydrogen power generation system, CHPS, which will open in November this year. In order to join the bidding for that, we are preparing the creation of blue hydrogen. SK is the largest private LNG company in Korea. We are preparing Boryong terminal. We are introducing low-cost LNG from overseas, and we are going to build a blue hydrogen manufacturing plant nearby, capture all the CO2 in the manufacturing process, and provide liquid hydrogen to our Australian plant. And we are working on that project now. If our plan turns out to be a reality, by 2023, we'll be producing a lot of hydrogen, clean hydrogen, and it will be used for hydrogen and water mixed power plants that will be located next to Boryong power plant. Boryong's plant. LNG power plant will be able to use hydrogen as well. So we are going to be producing the clean hydrogen for that power plant. As for our third stage plan, which will happen after 2030, of course, the ideal picture would be to go to green hydrogen. But when we look at the cost of electrolyzer and all the other costs, we are looking at down the road after 2030. And for marine transportation of liquid hydrogen, once that is made available, we are also going to bring green hydrogen from overseas to Korea. But green ammonia or green hydrogen, when we are bringing it from overseas, the overall CO2 emission from the value chain is going to be equivalent or larger than the emission coming from blue hydrogen creation in Korea. So we are going to expand the blue hydrogen production in Korea and bring green hydrogen from overseas. I've participated in the Global Hydrogen Summit that took place in Notre Dame recently, and we care a lot about the color of the hydrogen, purple, green, blue. Of course, they are all meaningful, and everybody agrees that green hydrogen is the best. But now we have to really deal with carbon intensity to create clean hydrogen. That should be an important criteria for clean hydrogen. So this was not part of our program, but SK ENS, SK Innovations merger. What kind of implication will that merger have on the future clean energy project of the group? For energy business and energy industry, I think the most important thing is reality. We need to really consider reality. For achieving carbon neutrality, at the same time, we have to promote stability of energy supply and make it economically effective. Another thing that we should not forget is the expansion of AI technology and AI data technology, which is leading to skyrocketing demand for power. And in 2023, the AI data center power demand is expected to go up by 10 times compared to the previous year. In order to meet such a surge in power demand, we need to rely more than on one single source of power. We need to create more renewable energy, eco-friendly energy sources. And we also have to be considerate of the cost. We need a combination of energy sources. We need to have diverse sources of energy. Of course, we relied heavily on fossil fuel before. SK Innovation was the company that did that. SK ENS, eco-friendly energy company, we are going to combine these two companies to provide the optimized and diversified source of energy for various local regions. So in that regard, we realized that it would be more effective to combine these two companies. Can I ask you another short question? SK Group has telecommunication, battery, and also the semiconductor industry as well. You have a very strong and wide portfolio here. What's your strategy for AI at SK ENS? Two things. First, use and energy supply. Usually, we operate a lot of power plants, and our biggest revenue source is LNG business, operating power plant, introducing LNG cargo. We are using AI to manage LNG cargo for now. And so at the group level, we are providing the energy for that. Big tech companies in the United States or overseas, well-known companies, we are having very specific discussions about specific deals. We are talking about introducing AI data centers in Korea, but they will consume a lot of power. Of course, it will create jobs, but not many jobs. So what kind of pros and cons do we have by building AI data centers in Korea? It's like global strategic assets will be located in Korea that will enhance the strategic value of Korea. And then by introducing AI data centers, of course, they will use huge amount of power, but SK Group has technology to promote efficiency of power, and SK also using lubricant etching cooling technology that could reduce the heat generation in AI data centers, reducing the demand for power fundamentally. That will reduce the power bill for AI data centers by providing eco-friendly sources of energy. By merging the two companies in our group, we are, depending on the location of AI data centers, we are going to provide off-grid distributed power supply for renewable energy in a predictable and stable manner that will reduce the burden on power supply and also create more business opportunities. I'm very encouraged about the promising future of SK ENS.
Let me invite Executive Director Song Bok-gu.
Senior Vice President Song Bok-gu from Hyundai Motor Group. Elon Musk seems to be everywhere these days. At Tesla, he's in Solar City project, battery project, satellite link project, Neuralink project, Twitter, it's called XAI these days. So he is in so many places, but there's common thread, and there is data supremacy. And Elon Musk says himself that he collects very diverse data, like text data from Twitter. Tesla, there's the fusion data, and from satellites, he gathers the satellite vision data and also data from interaction with humans. So Elon Musk is probably building a data company. In January this year, Chairman Jung Hee-sun of Hyundai Motor Group said that Hyundai Motor Group is SDV, Software Defined Vehicle. He made the declaration. Global top 3 manufacturer, Hyundai Motor Company probably is redefining the vehicle industry. So, Senior Vice President Song Bok-gu, what do you really mean by SDV? I know this is a very grand question. Software designed vehicle. How does it combine the hardware with software? What are your competitors in this area? That is a grand question as well. Truly, I'm not sure whether I can answer it sufficiently. But mobility's goal for Hyundai Motor Group, there are three goals: to develop SDV, carry out a mobility ecosystem. As for SDV development itself, it's software-based combination of data with AI. So the vehicles will be machine learning machines. For that, we need computing power, cybersecurity, other data utilization mechanisms. From consumers' perspective, which might be slightly different from our own, they would care about convenience, stability, safety of the vehicles. Vehicles should continue to evolve on that, and it should be interacting or combined seamlessly with the day-to-day infrastructure of our consumers. Let me talk about EV ecosystem here. As Chairman Kim Sang-hyup has mentioned, AI and energy have become inseparable couple. And personally, I believe the AI, energy, EVs are inseparable trios. The core of future mobility is the EVs. EV ecosystem is still in the infant stage. So it has a lot of things to be done going down the road. And we need a major paradigm shift. And in line with that, as a new concept of EV, we need to create an ecosystem with the energy industry. As SDV mobility and energy are combined together, I think that has a lot of implications, especially for distributed energy. Law will has gone into effect. V2G, vehicle to grid, is going to be a reality very soon. I know you are leading the V2G innovation in Hyundai Motors. What's your strategy for V2G? Since 5 years ago, Hyundai Motors in Korea, Europe, and the United States has carried out several tests. In Korea, we tested in Jeju Island, and we are preparing for commercialization. V2G actually can be used in multiple areas, and we are going to provide our vehicles everywhere that can use V2G. Our battery can be a new source of energy, and it can create huge amount of value with that technology. And in consideration of that, how will energy and vehicle be connected together and contribute to energy and consumer experience? These are technical challenges that we need to resolve. I think there are three major challenges for us. First is EVs and energy. When they're connected, we have to think about the speed and timing of this connection. Renewable energy is being accelerated in their use these days. And at this point in time, as EVs are supplied, connected, and accumulated in the market, but the progress is slower than expected. Energy and vehicles, you know how they're going to be connected together, needs a lot more planning and roadmap. And for commercialization and testing of V2G, we came across a big hurdle. Vehicle batteries are now seen as a source of energy, but can they be a source of retail? Can it be certified? But this takes a long time, and each country has a different approach to certification. Without standardization of certification, this will ensue huge cost. And our customers, in connecting the vehicles with the energy, they're kind of reluctant. They have a big question in their mind. So we need some legislative support to ease the mind of our consumers. Like through V2G, what kind of benefits can our customers really enjoy? These are not clear yet. They have to use two-way charging devices. So it requires a lot of interest and effort on the part of the consumer. So there is a need for legislative infrastructure to provide support for them. When do you think we will be able to see V2G in Korea? Special law will, if it goes effect next year, I think we will be able to see V2G in the Korean market next year. And we are blessed with Jeju because it's an excellent test bed. And AI, EVs, and energy, what kind of future it will create in Korea? I think this is going to be an excellent test bed to give us a glimpse into our future. Jeju is an excellent test bed for us. Thank you very much. And I have so many questions, but I don't have time for that. So we would like to move on to POSCO. POSCO Holdings, we have Executive Director Kim Hee, who is leading the POSCO-wide efforts for carbon neutral strategy. Finally, hydrogen reduction technology has been adopted as a national technology. Congratulations. What's your expectations from hydrogen reduction technology? What's your strategy behind that? In February of this year, our hydrogen reduction steel technology has been adopted as the nationwide strategic technology. POSCO in 55 years. Well, we are a 55-year-old company, and POSCO has made a great contribution to the economic growth of Korea as a steel company. But we are emitting a lot of CO2, and many people point that out. As a material company, we played an important role downstream, upstream, all these years. And Korea consumes largest amount of steel around the world, and it has huge impact on our manufacturing industries. But we are now living in era of carbon neutrality, and the imminent reality of our steel industries that we used to use the furnace, but we have to turn to hydrogen from now. In the past, we used the blast furnace emitting CO2, but we have to find ways to reduce CO2 emission with our furnace. And we have developed a technology that mitigates carbon reduction emission by 70%. But we need hydrogen reduction technology to achieve carbon neutrality. Unlike other industries, carbon neutrality in steel industry requires getting rid of blast furnace. It's like starting our business anew from a blank sheet of paper. So having hydrogen reduction technology as a national strategic technology means that all countries around the world recognize the importance of steel industry. And POSCO is going to be a pioneer in creating a green steel industry. And it's very meaningful for us to get the recognition as a national strategic industry. In that regard, we need to pay attention to Japan. And in 2021, Japan has written a green growth report. With huge amount of financial support, Japan is going to promote decarbonization of industry, and steel industry was mentioned in the report. So it's like Japan is determined to take the leadership away from Korea in steel industry. What do you think about that? The Japanese Ministry of Commerce defines steel industry like this. Steel industry is used in our daily lives to satellites and airspaces, space stations. It's a critical material, and it will continue to be important even in carbon neutral industry. But for hydrogen reduction, ArcelorMittal, POSCO, Nippon Steel, comparing all this technology, they are not finished yet. Whoever becomes a leader in this technology will be the winner in future steel industry, and Japan will have an opportunity to conquer the steel industry around the world. They are very ambitious. So this is considered a very important technology. Carbon neutrality is not something an individual company can do. So Japan is determined to bring back the glory years of the past with the hydrogen reduction technology. And the government is going to issue government bond to provide the initial funding until 2030. And in the interim years, they are going to create dominance in the green industry and market. I think we are going to ask Professor Nokyun Research Institute, Chairman Johanik. I know that energy is going to be a strategic industry of South Korea. So Chairman Johanik, what's your overall impression?
In relation with energy, I have worked at the Ministry of Industry and Energy. I work at KEPCO, and also I taught at university, and also I am the president of one of the energy-related companies. And green growth, does it make sense? I have always thought about that. I mean, how can green and growth go together? This is my, how should I say, a pondering issues or concerns that I have, but it's quite interesting. It is going, I mean, at one side, green is going its own journey while growth goes to its own journey. Why? Because we can manage both of these, but not anymore. We are in a desperate situation. We cannot manage both green and growth together. If we just continue business as usual, then we will lose both of these. That's the era of AI, and we are in the midst of the heatest war of semiconductor, and among the tier 1 country, Korea might fall to tier 2 country. So we are in a desperate condition. As POSCO mentioned, imagine, everyone, what if clean energy transition cannot be successfully done by POSCO? Then POSCO cannot enter into the European market. What about Hyundai Motor? Yes. Samsung Electronic? Yes. Same situation. If they fail to transition into green industry, then they will all fail. So this is like atomic bomb right in front of us. Green transition or green transformations and sustainable growth. Can we find a commonality? Well, yes, industry. So 87% of the carbon emission, 87% is direct, indirect of the energy consumption. That's why energy consumption means carbon emission. And the optimum energy usage is 25%, but we need to increase to 45%, and then electrification must be realized. So electricity, energy, we need to make sure the electrification must be realized. Then, how can we do that? Well, energy was regarded as one of the policy. We should never let blackout happen. If people suffer from the energy shortage, then the factory will not be operated. The POSCO factory steel making will stop. The factory will stop. Hospitals cannot operate. So that's not it. I mean, the country, everything, all will stop. And Samsung Electronics Munich has announced that it will build a hydrogen factory. Why? Because they are in desperate situation. So now is the time that we need to find a new way toward the future. I'll give an example. Electric grid. Yes, it's quite serious. People talk a lot about this grid. But transmissions, it is extremely difficult to build that, and power transmissions cable, building that requires at least 10 years. I used to work at Milyang city where I was in charge of building power transmission. The confrontation that happened with the factory owners and the residents is unimaginable. These grandmothers, they will wrap their body with the steel and then they block the factory workers from entering. They don't want the power transmission to be built in the residential area. So that's what happened. I don't believe that anything can be possible. We need energy. But even if, no matter what we do, if people oppose to build the power transmission line, then what should we do? We need to do reverse thinking. Then until now, we need to adjust the capacity. I'm sure that the Korean Energy Transmission Exchange will hate me saying this, but we can do that. So there's a power line. It seems like there's only one line, but within one line, there are 6 lines. So we only send 3 lines. Why? Because we are afraid the blackout happened. What if we need massive amount of energy? If it breaks down, then what happened? Then a huge mega-scale blackout can happen. So this is unimaginable, but think about it. Send energy a little bit like 10% more. All the issues can be resolved. If we transmit 20% more, yes, we can resolve those issues. But that's like a holy place. We cannot do that. And it's a sanctuary that we cannot touch. If we increase the capacity of the transmission line, we cannot do that. If AI is applied, if all the industries are combined, then we can do that. We don't regard energy industry as an industry. We just regarded energy as a tool that the government used. Until now, electricity was sent by exchange. Tesla won, and for the 100 years, Tesla sent energy with the AC circuit. But nobody think about sending energy in direct flow. But direct current flow can cause some issues. But in order to resolve the conflict of the energy, we can take another reverse thinking. When I was president of the KEPCO, the Chinese power company said that we cannot build energy transmission tower because the resident opposed that. That was his comment. So they have this issue of the grid. It's a grid issue. It's a global issue. I will wrap up. Just give me 1 minute. So if we change from direct to indirect, then we can do that. So direct circuit to indirect, we can do that. We have alternative energy, right? Wind power, etc. But supply chain is critical. Renewable energy industry, even if we do that, there's no one we can hire. Supply chain is important. When supply chain is strong enough, solid enough, then we can secure the energy supply. That is why the energy, green growth can be connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Cho. If we truly see energy as an industry, probably it could lead to destructive innovation. So I would like to give you 20 seconds. Offshore wind takes a lot of time to build. So can we have offshore wind power authority like the UK does to give more responsibility to the central government? What do you think about that idea? As for wind, offshore wind, yes, I know. Well, wind and solar are totally different sources of energy. You cannot categorize them as renewable energy. The offshore wind
앞으로 살 길입니다.
is our future way to go.
저 폐기물 문제 있고
With nuclear energy, we have the waste disposal in problem.
원정 수 없어요. 태양광 가지고는
But with the solar energy, it's only 15% efficiency. So wind power is the energy for us. But we need really go to offshore, but which cost a lot of money. Offshore wind,
280조 투자가 들어야 됩니다.
it requires 280 trillion won of private investment, which is equivalent to the size of investment for our shipbuilding industry. But there are so many regulations about where the cables can go and grid can be built. It's a nationwide project. We need funding from large corporations, and there should be a public sector government organization that can handle this.
기구의 필요성은 100% 저도
We definitely need that kind of government organization.
김정관 부사장님이 원전
And Vice President Kim Jong-kwan from Tucson does both nuclear energy and offshore wind. You can talk to each other.
Eccles, I am so sorry. You have waited long time, but due to time constraint, only a few minutes could be given to you. You are the guru of sustainable finance, and you are the founder of the SASB, Sustainability Accounting Standards Boards. So you heard a lot about Korea's green growth strategy, which are focusing on technology or innovation and finance and people. Those three things are the pillars for Korea's green growth. And that is to make sustainable future by building up green competitive edge. So what would be your advice, if I may have, to develop Korea's this green growth strategy?
Sang-hyuk, it's good to see you again.
Good to
Saw
see you.
Tuesday.
Yes.
Love your green jacket. Love your green jacket. I want to get one before I leave, and I'd like to thank
you
my
will
good
get
friend,
one.
Professor So Young-in of KAIST, who's organized my trip and who will be moderating the panel. This is like my fourth day in Korea, my third conference, so I'm really not a person to be giving Korea advice on what it should be doing with this green growth strategy. So let me reflect on what I've learned so far
Sure.
from this conference. What's been very interesting to me and what's distinctive about this conference, and I go to a lot of conferences, this is the only one I've been to that integrates sustainable finance and technology.
Oh, really?
Yes, if you go to conferences in the United States and you go to, and So Young knows this, you go to conferences, responsible investor, moral money, almost no discussion of technology beyond renewable energy. A lot of discussion about the role of the financial sector, leading the energy transition. It's got an important role to play. Chairman Kong talked about technologies. Deputy Minister Lee talked about technologies. There's been a lot of discussion here about technologies. We've talked about SMRs. You mentioned Doosan. I think they have an important role. So what I'm encouraged to hear about Korea is that you're taking a broader and more integrated view. What you see a lot in the West is this kind of financial sector driving it. And you, in our conference on Tuesday, you made this distinction. You said the United States has an economy built on technology, and you have an economy built more on products and using fossil fuels and high emitting. I see this really interesting and unique opportunity for Korea because given the discussion of semiconductors, artificial intelligence, Doosan, small modular reactors, I think you can move in a direction of being really the best of both because you're going to have manufacturing, which we need, but you're also going to be benefiting from the technology. And there's some discussion around artificial intelligence. Absolutely. These big tech companies we talked about on Tuesday, artificial intelligence is an energy beast, and you're going to need to find other ways. Mr. Cho is talking about what the productivity is of things like wind and solar. Nuclear is important. And so my only message to you is I just think this is, I understand it's the 9th conference. I'm really impressed. And I think if you can maintain this distinctive focus that integrates sustainable finance and technology, you have a world of opportunity.
Thank you very much. That's what we are trying to do, especially the KAIST is trying to incorporate both finance, technology, and on top of that people. 자, 그럼 이제 카이스트 총장님께
Now
좀
we'll give the
오래
microphone
기다리셨습니다,
to
총장님.
President of KAIST, President Lee.
결국은 사람이 다 하는 일 아니겠습니까?
But everything has to be done by people.
우리 카이스트가
KAIST
10여 년 전에 녹색성장대
10 years ago has created GGGS, and now you seem to be focusing more on technology at the Daejeon main campus. So there are three pillars that President Lee is building. One pillar is bio, and second is AI. Third pillar is clean tech. So, President Lee, what kind of talent do you want to build? I know you're very determined to make KAIST a global company, global university. What kind of talent do you want to build as a concluding remark?
We live in the 21st century. For humanity, I believe that we have three things: inevitable technology. There are three inevitable technologies. First, human would like to feel comfortable and convenient. That's why we need technology. Second, technology that can meet the instinct of human being. We want to enjoy longevity, so that's a biotechnology like a stem cell or genetic engineering. Third, technology to survive. That's a climate change technology or energy technology. That is why we have set up three pillars: bio, AI, clean tech. So now regarding survival technology or climate technology, we have discussed a lot, so nothing to add for me. However, whatever we do, we need human resources. We need manpower, right? That is why we have set up a graduate school of green growth and sustainability. My hope is very simple. Within the KAIST GGGS, we want to focus in finding the solution. That is energy. When we find the solution for energy, then we can resolve the issues faced by human being. And how can we do that? Technology development and policy establishment. So energy technology and climate crisis issues, when we keep the balance between these two and explore the solution, that's great. So we need to hire more professors. We need to enter more students. So, President, I believe that there's very simple things. There is number one in automaker and shipbuilding and semiconductor, but why not school? So why don't we give a round of applause to President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST.
So, Deputy Minister, you've heard so many comments. You can pick and choose a couple of questions to answer. Thank you for the wonderful comments. As we pursue carbon neutrality or carbon-free sources of energy, we really need innovative and revolutionary changes. Like our energy system used to depend heavily on fossil fuel, but we are now shifting towards carbon-free energy sources. But to do that, we have to change. The market has to change. Our perception has changed. And we need to open the market for new technologies, make them grow and make them profitable in the market. But our legislation, system, infrastructure is still dependent on fossil fuel. Of course, the Korean government is recognizant of such challenges, and also there will be new sets of conflict as we pursue transition. So we have to find the wisest way as we navigate our way through this transition. We talked about dynamic utility billing system, this free-to-C distributed power generation, and opening up the battery market, liberalizing the energy trading, how we are going to bring offshore wind on our grid. These are new things that we are just beginning to explore now. So in Jeju Island, we see a lot of potential for introducing dynamic billing system. We're going to create a new market. When there is excessive power supply, the pricing could be set low. At that time of the day, those who have to store energy can benefit from low energy pricing to get their energy supply. So we need to have this kind of business creating innovation so the market can reward this kind of innovative technology. And we are making that happen. We need your continued support and interest and wisdom. Of course, we have to go for carbon-free energy, but energy should have acceptable range of pricing. People should be able to afford that. And energy security is something that we can never neglect. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, everybody.
이 전환을 성공시키기 위해서는
To be successful with transition, we need to bring our heads together.
그래서 우리 재윤지 대표님 그리고 손정락
So Mr. Son Jong-nak and also
국민의힘의 김용태
Ms.
의원
Jae Hyun-ju and legislators Kim Yong-tae and Park Ji-hye
여기에 있습니다.
have been invited today because we need coalition for future. I hope you can all join us in this transition journey. I've done a terrible job as a moderator. We are 13 minutes behind time. I ask for your forgiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panels on the special dialogue on your insights in our path to sustainable energy supply and management system. Please give the panels another big round of applause. We will soon begin the NZIP ceremony, so please wait until the stage is being set. Today's event is special in that it marks the launch of the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership, a joint initiative among academia, industry, and government to support businesses and nations in pursuing net zero and sustainability through data-driven intelligence. The NZIP focuses on 4 key areas of cooperation. First, climate technology, enhancing intelligence for net zero solutions in hard-to-abate sectors and climate technology development. Second, carbon market, improving the reliability of carbon credits and the activation of carbon markets by enhancing carbon accounting intelligence. Third, investment, advancing intelligence for scenario-based climate risk assessments in asset investment for net zero. Fourth, nurturing talents, finding and developing talents with the integration of knowledge on technology, policy, and finance to lead net zero initiatives. To celebrate this, there will be a Net Zero Intelligence Partnership ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait until the stage is being prepared. Today's event is special in that it marks the launch of the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership, a joint initiative among academia, industry, and government to support businesses and nations in pursuing net zero and sustainability through data-driven intelligence. The partnership focuses on 4 key areas of cooperation. First, climate technology. Enhancing intelligence for net zero solutions in hard-to-abate sectors and climate technology developments. Second, carbon market. Improving the reliability of carbon credits and the activation of carbon markets by enhancing carbon accounting intelligence. Third, investment. Advancing intelligence for scenario-based climate risk assessments and asset investment for net zero. Last, nurturing talents. Finding and developing talents with the integration of knowledge on technology, policy, and finance to lead net zero initiatives. To celebrate this, there will be a Net Zero Intelligence Partnership ceremony. Please come up on stage to the touch button. Novelist Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? Now we will begin the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership ceremony. The Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, please could you come up on stage? Doosan Enerbility. The following members, please come up on stage for the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership. Korea Power Exchange. Korea Trade Insurance Corporation. Korea Productivity Center. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Now the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership will begin. Those of you who are in the hall, please take your seats. 네, 장내에 있는 여러분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, housekeeping announcement. Please be seated so that we can begin NZIP partnership signing ceremony.
다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, housekeeping announcement once again. If you are still standing, please make sure to be seated. And if you are outside the hall, please proceed to the hall and take your seats.
Now please place your hands on the touchdown button.
그러면 지금
And
무대에
on the
계신
count
분들
of three,
모두
press
터치다운
the
버튼
button
위에
to mark
손을
the launch of the Net Zero Intelligent Partnership. I will now announce the launch of the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership. 1, 2, 3, press! Let's give them another big round of applause. Once again, let's give them another big round of applause. Next, we will have MOU signing ceremony and a commemorative photo. Participants, please look at the camera. We will take 2 photos. This concludes the Net Zero Intelligence Partnership Ceremony. We would like to thank all distinguished guests for joining us. The Net Zero Intelligence Partnership is an industry, academia, government collaborative initiative launched by KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability in cooperation with key industries and public institutions to address carbon neutrality challenges. The Net Zero Intelligence Partnership aims to enhance data-driven intelligence for achieving net zero goals and support companies and nations in their net zero implementation by developing innovative net zero solutions. Next, we have invited a renowned speaker for a plenary address speech. I am pleased to welcome Dr. Kim Myung-ja, chairperson of KAIST, to deliver a speech titled Science, Technology, and Industrial Policy. Can we turn the climate crisis into opportunities? Please welcome her to the stage with a round of applause.
I think we are quite behind our schedule, so I will try to conclude in 30 minutes. So this Seoul Climate-Energy Conference as this is happening right after some administrative changes in the government organization for science and technology. And as a person in science, I look forward to some clarification in the policy directions going forward. I created these PowerPoint slides myself, so you might find them out of style from time to time. I forgive your understanding. Today, I'm here to talk about climate tipping points. How close are we to the tipping points? So there is a report published last year, the Global Tipping Points report, and I'll be summarizing that report. And then carbon neutrality, net zero, it's called in various ways. And energy transition is the most important part of that. But is it all? I would like to tell you a different story because this covers a wider scope. And we are here to talk about intelligence-powered solutions, how we are going to use science and technology like AI technology. There is a positive tipping point opportunity here, and I have referred to some examples: climate tech, recycling tech, circular economy, nature positive economy, and sustainable science and technology. And several days ago, KAIST has organized a Anthropocene International Conference. And we talked about biosphere, technosphere, how they can coexist and co-evolve. This is related to positive tipping point opportunity. And only the humans can pull this off, especially convergence, talent. So I would like to share my opinions about these keywords. We all know the seriousness of the crisis. If we fail to handle this crisis, humanity won't be able to exist anymore. And we have talked about a lot of solutions. We have a variety of solutions on the menu. It's just a matter of whether we are going to walk the talk. But throughout human history, ironically, when everything seems to be hunky-dory, that's when the war broke out, conflicts escalated. But the humanity has always found a way to overcome these difficulties. But climate crisis is an existential threat that we need to overcome together through international collaboration. Do we have the capability to work together, walk the talk, leadership, and partnership? Climate crisis is serious. I've been talking about this for 40 years now. I have taught in universities, I've talked in science classes, I've written various books. But I believe it's especially serious. Over the past 40 years, I've talked about how dangerous climate crisis is, but I can really feel it every day, every year. How are we going to survive another year of this polycrisis? I've written a book in 1991, and it became recommended by the Ministry of Culture. And I've talked about social framework and scientific framework. We need third framework, value-based approach. Of course, as an Oriental philosophy, we have Chun-Il, Hap-Will philosophy, and because of time, I won't be able to talk about all the tipping points, but I hope you can find time to read my books like The Antarctica is Melting in All Directions, Permafrost is Melting, Coral Reef is being bleached, Amazon rainforest is suffering from frequent droughts, and Atlantic circulation is being disrupted. And University of Exeter's Global Systems Institute came out with a report that talks about space debris and depletion of underground water. Many institutes around the world are coming up with tipping points that are more or less the same. But because of time, I will skip through some slides. Last summer was hot, but this summer has broken the record of last summer. And the entire world is not uniformly being warmed. Global warming is too moderate. Because there is too much global heating going on. These red areas are really being heated up. And that is bringing up the temperature of the entire world and the atmosphere. In 2024, the world has suffered. And Korea is not even mentioned here. A long time ago in 2008, I have talked about the tipping points that National International Council of the US has published, and half of them were related to climate and environment. And because of these challenges, we are seeing changes and confusion in economy, society, politics, and they are really spinning out of our control. And then we talked about sustainable development, effective national innovation system, and leadership and partnership. In 2021, another report came out that mentioned that climate crisis is still a part of tipping point, and added to that was a population issue. In 2024, World Economic Forum came out with 10 top global risks, and those written in red letters, 5 of them, weather events. They all refer to tipping points in the environment. And natural resources was also mentioned, followed by cyber insecurity. This is a pocketbook issue. Because of climate change, people's livelihood is suffering. When people suffer, the ruling party will lose in the election. That is happening around the world. So when we look at some credible reports, like IPCC reports, they came up with 6 assessment reports until last year. The 5th report here looks at whether this climate change is caused by human activities. There was a lot of controversy about that before, but there was 95% that this is anthropocene. And as a result, drastic climate change equivalent to the level of the past 10,000 years of change is happening in such a short period of time. So this is from Little Ice Age, which started in 1300. It was a period of irregular extreme weather events, including droughts, floods, pandemic. So this coincided with a drastic change in climate. Drastic climate change can cause flood, drought, loss of human immunity, and human will fall to virus attacks. So they went through the worst pandemic in 1918 because of the First World War. There was an influenza pandemic during the First World War. But 2 years before that had seen drastic decrease in temperature. So as you can see in this chart, in 2020, the temperature went up by 0.89 degrees Celsius. But this purple, this burgundy lines are breaking the record every year. This is measured by all institutions. From 1760s to 1930s, which is known as the first industrial revolution era, and also from 1950 to 2025, how did the global temperature change? This shows the change of temperature. It just a slight change, less than 1 degree Celsius. But why are we making such a fuss about this? Because throughout history, there has been no period where the global temperature changed so drastically in such a short period of time. Humans are highly advanced animals, and we are slow to evolve. Now, we are still talking about climate conspiracy theory. This is totally natural. Why are people blaming people, and why are they blaming CO2 emission? It's like some people still believe the Earth is flat. But this graph says that this is artificial because there's no way such a drastic change in temperature can be caused by natural reasons alone. This shows the great acceleration, catastrophic acceleration of global temperature and how the Earth system is responding. So this is from KAIST Anthropocene Symposium. And people call this great acceleration. As the temperature rises, so we also saw a rise in CO2 emission from 1900 to the present. This problem will not go away anytime soon. People say this problem will linger for 100 or 200 years. From there on out, and even if we reduce it to zero, it will take so many years for us to be completely out of this crisis. From 1850, it looks at which country or which region has emitted how much CO2 in accumulated numbers. So this is accumulated CO2 emission. In 2005, China surpassed the US, but when you look at the accumulated number, the US is absolute number one. When you look at the left-hand picture, this looks at emitting countries. The more they emit CO2, the darker colors are used. The one on the right shows climate crisis vulnerability by region. The more vulnerable you are, the redder you are on the map. Even before they develop their economy, they're suffering from climate change, and they don't even have the infrastructure to cope with the climate crisis. And this is totally unfair and unequal. How are you going to handle inequality of the situation? This is a material that I have been using for a long time, since 2009. What is the mechanism that has induced climate change? How is it threatening the human civilization? So we can look at the major threats like natural crisis, social crisis, public crisis, and examples would be the natural disasters, which are on the rise. The blue ones are the floods and temperature rise, heat waves, and people say that the Statue of Liberty will be submerged, but in sea. And the sea level is rising. So you can see this red dot. 25% of the ocean will be absorbed by CO2. There will be more CO2 in the ocean, rising acidity, disrupting the marine ecosystem, plastic pollution, wildfire, and the most important thing is going hungry, food security issues. This will deal a direct blow to humanity, and we'll feel this every day. And the endangered species are increasing in number. The U.S. has published the postal stamps, pandemic, history of pandemic. They are all, one way or another, closely related to climate crisis. And environmental refugees or environmental immigration, people lose their habitats, and because of these environmental disasters, they become environmental refugees, going into advanced countries from which they are forbidden to enter, creating a lot of confusion. There seems to be no solution in sight about this crisis. Pew did a research of public opinion, and this has been selected as the major threat, followed by disinformation. So, crucial. Well, energy transition is crucial, but how much problems can energy transition resolve? Because there are so many things that we need to confront and so many aspects. Energy transition, but we really need to decarbonize. There's no question about it, but each region has different geographical, natural conditions with different level of technology. So there will be a long transition time and energy mix, because one single source of energy will not cover everything. Each energy has its own strength and weakness. There is no ideal source of energy. Therefore, we need to mix the strength of each energy source for energy transition. Greenhouse gas emission needs a broader scope approach. More than anything else, we need to improve the efficiency of everything, including energy. We really need to improve national efficiency. I'm not saying this because I used to be the Minister of Environment, but also from science and technology. I think this is really important. And natural climate solution is also important. Social, economic inequalities, home and abroad. And then this all boils down to the changes in the way people think and behave. Without such change, we won't get much further. Let me explain why that is the case. This graph, I think, is really important. From 1950 to forward, we have been emitting greenhouse gas, and carbon dioxide contribution is 62%. CO2 is not 100%. Of course, CO2 is the most important gas, but it's not the only gas. Among the accumulated emission between 1850 to 2018, 65% came from fossil fuel, meaning 32 came from other sources. So we also have to control other areas as well. There are more than 6 types of greenhouse gases. Methane is most problematic. Compared to CO2, methane is 26, or now it's been upgraded to 8 times more toxic than CO2. MIT is even saying it's 100 times more toxic than CO2. So there are multiple sources of greenhouse gas. They all need to be controlled. I'm speeding up because of time. And greenhouse gas emission by sector should also be dealt with. And then, is renewable energy the ideal answer for all of the problems? people are saying this destroys the environment for the regional people. Accommodating all those components, we came up with biodiversity, or NPI, the Nature Positive Initiative, which was announced in 2023. Kunmin Nature Positive Initiative, NPI, they have been linked together to create new goals. And Nature Positive Initiative is definitely expanding by 2030. We'll have to recover biodiversity back to 2020 baseline. But this is a dream without action. G7 has signed Nature Positive Alliance. This is a list of things they're going to work on. I'm a Korean. In preparing for this presentation, of course, in 1999, I became the Minister of Environment of Korea. President Kim Dae-jung of that time made a comment at that time, and I remembered his words. And then he proposed a new millennial environmental vision for the people's government. And I've published a book about his vision. When I was a professor at Kim Dae-jung Academic Institute, I wrote this book. And it talks about nature positive economy concept. Everything is accommodated here, but I won't be able to read this because of time. It says the nature is our mother, ecosystems are sisters and brothers, and nature and human must coexist. And the system and the environment policies must be changed in such and such way and go for low carbon society. In 2001, in the report to the Ministry of Environment, I made this. I proposed a green GDP system. I proposed that we will gradually introduce green GDP system, which was highly ambitious at the time. I didn't think it was feasible as I was presenting this idea, but 20 years down the road, when we talk about nature positive economy, I realized that these two actually coincide together. The Ministry of Environment Research Institute developed the indices for 3 years. And then as we carried out ECO2 project, in order to put that into reality, we worked hard. Max Planck Institute, geoanthropology, the blue ones are already in action. And under constructions include co-evolution of land use and urbanization, and those that are being planned include co-evolution of the biosphere and technosphere and societal dynamics of the technosphere. With these efforts, they're going to resolve energy and environmental crisis, intelligence-powered solutions. Needless to say, we have to care about energy efficiency, optimization of renewable energy. And AI and fourth industrial revolution technologies can realize this. There are technologies available, but can they really do this? In order to make that happen, what do we do? And Michael Porter distinguished this by using waves of innovation. He has proposed our future direction. World Economic Forum has identified top 10 technologies that we need to implement for the Earth. It includes all the important technologies. And impact of top 10 climate tech trends: clean energy, climate smart agriculture, sustainable mobility, circular economy, land and water management, building management, carbon data analytics, CCUS, green construction. These are top 10 climate tech. And Sustainable Review has also selected 10 green technologies. It includes very specific ones like vertical farming throughout the year, and this is from Sierra Experts. It talks about lab-grown meats, which is of course controversial, and World Economic Forum, where our chairman Kim Sang-yeop is participating in. They came up with emerging technologies of 2024, top 10 technologies. The blue ones are related to energy, climate, and environment. They are emerging technologies. And digitalization. New Zealand. This is how New Zealand is trying to reduce their CO2 by sector, like transport, energy, and infrastructure, industry and agriculture. Resource efficiency. This is in creating resource, we are emitting a lot of CO2. How it has gone up from 15 to 23%. In circular economy, top 8 circular economy trends in 2024. There are 8 technologies that are being used. And what about convergence talent? This is where we can find the key. We need interdisciplinary education, public-private partnerships, incentives for convergence skill development, and we also need global talent mobility program, lifelong learning initiative. But there are limitations. Traditionally, we used to have siloed education systems. How are we going to bring down the silos? That is more difficult than we would think. And the disconnection between academia and industry and resource constraints and resistance against something new, even though it's something good. And then there's also global inequalities. Here, this looks at Korean's Ministry of Science future plan, and it talks about energy, technology, innovation, and that is mentioned in our basic science and technology plan. All other technologies should be converged with this technology. Horizon Europe, Korea has become an associate member of Horizon Europe. In Pillar 2 for research and innovation, it talks about energy environment. There's 6 specific projects under Pillar 2, interdisciplinary, cross-sectoral, cross-policy, cross-border, and international cooperation. And also for convergence talent, I'm giving you specific examples because all the great ideas are already generated, but they're not just being implemented. We are not walking the talk. In order to do that, we need collaboration. We need to build consensus before we can put this into action. Conclusion? There is the fundamental existential threat. Throughout our history, whenever there was a major change or crisis, the humanities, did we collaborate when we needed to collaborate? No. When we had to develop vaccination, there was a lot of IPR issues. And what about small companies that could suffer from variant virus? Everybody will suffer regardless of whether you're from advanced countries or less developed countries. We knew these problems, but we still failed to support each other. We failed to collaborate at this critical juncture. Can we really bring ourselves to collaborate with each other to take climate action? We are seeing increasing competition for technology hegemony. We saw a war break out in 22 between Russia and Ukraine, which has made the world highly uncertain. And because of uncertainties, people worry about their livelihood. So ESG becomes a distant goal. So how are we going to manage to promote holistic approach for sustainable development and bring down the disciplinary silo, and then promote international collaboration, partnership, and exercise leadership? These are challenges that we face now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that inspiring speech, Chairperson Kim. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause for Dr. Kim. We will now begin the opening plenary session of the 2024 Seoul Climate-Energy Conference. The opening plenary session will focus on nurturing convergence talents for carbon neutrality. First, we have prepared a video to hear the voices from the field.
Net zero, carbon neutrality.
저는 현재 기후변화로 인하여 지구 시스템이 어떻게 변화하게 되는지를 연구하고 있습니다. 지구 시스템의 변화는 자연적인 변동성뿐만 아니라
The Earth
인간
is
활동과도
changing not
밀접한
just
연관이 있기
because
때문에
of natural
에너지,
reasons, but
정책,
also
금융과
because
같이
of
다양한
human
분야에 대한
activities.
포괄적인 이해를
Energy,
위하여
finance,
대학원에서
policies
공부하고
must be
과학과
tackled
기술에
together.
대한 베이스를
And
가지고
that is why
앞으로
what I am
정책,
studying
금융과
now.
같이
Based on my
여러
knowledge,
분야를
I want to
공부하면서
study
학계가
further
융합
in
연구를
policies
통해서
and
미래의
financing
선구적인
through
문제를
interdisciplinary
해결하는 데
research.
기여하는
I want to contribute to resolving climate change. For carbon neutrality, we need to consider environment, society, economy. We have to find the sustainable path toward carbon neutrality. Currently, companies can disclose their climate activities, so they're under a lot of pressure. Competitiveness indices of a company is dependent on how well they disclose their environment performance. Not just the large corporations, but small and medium-sized companies should be part of this, and I'm looking for ways to support them. I have studied green innovation and management in bachelor and graduate programs. For undergraduate studies, I studied the global sustainable development, and now I am studying the role of finance. I want to pursue career in the related field and contribute to the global economic growth. net zero that must be achieved and efforts to make this happen. I believe that finance plays a very important role for bringing about circulation in the industry. Finance, as we understand carbon neutrality, and we begin to develop belief and confidence in carbon neutrality, more corporations will be prompted to take action. And I think the government should really create the momentum and leadership for climate change. We need relative changes in the laws and regulations, and in that process, the communication between experts from various fields is really important. We need more people working in carbon neutrality. We have no idea how carbon neutrality will change our society, our economy. We need a big picture. To do that, we need to teach students to be more imaginative, innovative. In order to make this kind of system practical, realistic, we need to provide scientific evidence based on facts. Instead of just looking for simplistic solutions, we need to hear the opinions of various stakeholders, and we need talents who are genuinely interested in finding the solution. We have a complicated web of stakeholders, so communication capability would be really crucial. Carbon neutrality, convergence, talent. We need convergence talent because so far, university education has been highly fragmented and it has limit in creating environmental impact. We need to bring down the barriers between various disciplines in resolving this national problem. We need convergence talents more than ever. Green growth. Sustainable resolution. We need to develop convergence, intelligence, and convergence talent.
The opening session will be moderated by Professor Ji-yong, who is the head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability. Please welcome him and panelists to the stage with a big round of applause. Now I will hand over the mic to Professor
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone, thank you very much. I am Dean Ji-yong of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability. The opening session title is Nurturing Convergence Talent for Carbon Neutrality. Every year, we are recording the hottest day in our history. This is something that our society has never experienced before. It's a comprehensive and transformative changes. That's what we need. So in multi-dimensional way, we need to make sure to respond in RS 100 and CDD, all kinds of guidelines and rules and laws we must comply. Carbon neutrality is once again posing another big threat. However, as history repeats itself, we need to make sure that such challenge can be our springboard for taking another quantum leap. However, these transformative changes cannot take place overnight. We need to make sure to take creative and innovative breakthrough methodology and also to accelerate such transformative change, we need green financing. However, in order to make sure that this happens, once again, we need talent, a convergence talent. There's a saying in Korea that education requires 100 years. Especially for farming, we need 1-year plan. To plant the trees, we need 10-year plan. But to nurture talent, we need 100 years of plan. So education, once again, will determine our future for the next 100 years. We need to make sure to come up with the right direction. In order to nurture conversion talent for carbon neutrality, we need to make sure to come up with a long-term plan and also mid to long-term investment. This should be done by public and private sector together. But this is very difficult because nurturing conversion talent for carbon neutrality cannot be done in one generation. Although there's an urgency, it cannot be done overnight. We need fundamental, comprehensive social changes. Only then this is possible. During the opening plenary session, we'll be discussing about how making technology investment can produce a great result. We have with us Jae Hyun-ju, the founding and managing partner of Envisioning Partner, who will give us keynote speech, and to be followed by panel discussions, because we understand how critical the current situation is. So there will be 2 National Assembly members to say their own views. From the People's Party, we have National Assemblyman Kim Yong-tae and also Democratic Party Park Ji-hye. Unfortunately, they cannot join us, but they have sent us a video message. And then, as a panelist, we have invited Professor Park San-chang from KAIST GGGS and College of Business, who has spent quite a bit of time to nurture the students. And also, we have with us Professor Sun Jung-rak, who is currently working at KAIST GGGS. He used to work at NASA in the United States. So Professor Park and Professor Son will carry out our panel discussion. And we'll also open the floor to receive questions from the participants. There will be the end of the opening plenary session. Please understand they wouldn't be able to introduce all the speakers one by one. Please refer to our online program book. So it is my honor to invite founding and managing partner Jae Hyun-ju from Envisioning Partners. Please come up to the stage. The remaining panelists also, please come up to the stage and take your seats. Hello everyone. I am founding and managing partner Jae Hyun-ju from Envisioning Partner, is a venture capitalist. The moderator just introduced my company. Our company was established because we believe the greatest challenge we are all faced with can be the greatest opportunity. From 2017, we are making a lot of investment to the startup company. From the very first day of founding our company, we realized that climate crisis can definitely give us a huge opportunity in the market. That was our premises and that was our starting point. We're making a lot of investment in climate and also technology. In 2021, many companies took part in the Envisioning Climate Solution Fund. And this is 100% investment fund to only climate technology. So we are making investment to the technology developing to tackle the climate crisis. This market, in order to rapidly develop and not to lose any opportunity in this market and to make a quantum leap into the future, we need to narrow down the gap. And here lies the power of human resources. And that's the gist of my presentation. So developing talent for climate tech ecosystem is critical. I have many chances to make a presentation, but always, whatever conferences I go, this is the graph that I always show. The economic growth that we have enjoyed until now always related with carbon emission. So rapid and great economic growth requires quite a bit of the CO2 emission. It's unavoidable and inevitable result, which means that the greatest challenge that humanity is faced with is to decouple the carbon emissions and GDP growth. So probably this is extremely important task that we need to address first. When I say decoupling the carbon emissions and GDP growth, the greater the decoupling is, greater opportunity will be ahead of us. Investors like us will allow us to enjoy a huge economic benefits. So this crisis, to transform that into opportunity, how can we do that? And how can this crisis be turned into opportunity? I believe that's the concerns and questions that you all have. Then, what is the core essence? Only when there's a market, only when there's a capital, then this can be possible. But more importantly, we need to have HR or talented people. Then, what kind of talented people do we need? The previous video clip, you have seen the keyword of nurturing convergence talent. And this can be our keyword. What kind of talent do we need? Well, it's very simple. We need to nurture the climate tech system, and a diverse pool of talent is essential. Most of all, in the past, based on the carbon emission, economy has developed, but we need to transform from that formula. We need technology transformation, which means technologists and researchers are what we need. And also technology and engineering specialists, what we need. But at the same time, the market that we are trying to create is something that never existed before, and we need to create that ecosystem and market as quickly as possible to accelerate that establishment. The policy experts are essential. So, in order to realize all of this, we need funds, finance. So that is why business and finance experts is what we need. Another important talent is we need communicator. In a very rapid speed, once again, everything's are happening. And in order to mobilize such a driving growth, we need to make sure to communicate well our plans, media, and also the science and everything can be well delivered through media. And such awareness can be well shared. So activists and communicators are what we need. So once again, these are the type of the talent that we need. And I said that we need a talent in various fields. Then what kind of capabilities are critical? As I mentioned, in the field of climate tech, convergent capabilities are crucial, but in the era that we live in, climate change encompasses complex and multi-dimensional issues, so addressing it requires a holistic integration of knowledge and skills from various fields. There are three reasons why I say this. First, it's the complexity of the problem. Climate change issues cannot be resolved with scientific and technological solution alone. They involve range from aspects such as energy, environment, economy, policy, and social interest. Thus, expertise in only one field is insufficient. Knowledge and perspective from multiple areas are necessary. Only when we are equipped with such capability, we can resolve such a complex issues. So in each sector, we need talent who plays their own certain role. With the convergent talent, we can understand the issues in the multi-dimensional way. Secondly, we need connection between technology and policy. The advancement of climate tech is closely tied to government policies, regulations, and laws. Therefore, collaboration between technology experts and policy experts is essential. tech experts need to understand policy trends, while policy experts need to grasp the possibilities and limitations of technology. Thirdly, we need sustainability and economic viability. Even the most innovative technology cannot succeed in the market if it is not economically sustainable. We need to make sure to keep the balance, and these are the competency that we need. Once again, this requires convergent talents. So convergent capabilities are absolutely critical. In particular, when extraordinary talent is equipped with all the competency that I mentioned, once again, there's an additional important thing. Of course, I am the founding and the managing partner of a venture capitalist, but we need more tech founders. That's my main message. When I say tech founders, in a way, tech founder means the people with entrepreneurship. So those talent that have the key competency of creating, doing something that is innovative, that never existed before. So building from scratch or building from nothing, especially taking approach that have never existed before. So that kind of entrepreneurship or that kind of spirit are essential. So that's what I meant by tech founders or tech entrepreneurship people. When we have enough tech founders, definitely the key competency that tech founders have can definitely help us to overcome these challenges. So people with such entrepreneurship, what are the competencies that they need to be equipped with? First, foremost importantly, technical expertise and also the innovation capabilities are extremely important. That's a foremost capability. They need to understand the technology, and also they need to be equipped with expertise in certain technical area. Second, competency that is required is an ability to develop and commercialize business model. How can such technology be commercialized? How can we build a business model? And what kind of value be proposed? And who will pay for that value proposition? So from the business model point of view is also secondly important competency. Thirdly, as I mentioned, understanding of regulations and policies are extremely important. Sometimes understanding the current laws and regulations is not enough. We need to go beyond the current laws and regulations and find out what are needed and build idealistic framework and policies and laws needs to be defined, and then work with the interested parties and then communicate actively. And fourthly, I believe that this is the competency that is required for all the tech founders. This is a fundraising and financial management skills. Finding the funds means from the capital market. For example, what kind of selling point do we need to focus on, and what kind of incentive can we give to investors? Ability to understand that is extremely important. Fifthly, collaboration skills with the various stakeholders is also important. Climate tech, when we try to work with, unlike other startups, there are more B2B or B2G features that we have identified. Therefore, we need to understand each other, especially people from different qualifications, different areas. We need to make sure that such technology can be applied. So the decision makers and also their understanding needs to be shared. So people with a different interests, different stakeholders need to collaborate each other with various different circles. And last but not least, most important thing is resilience and long-term visions. So these are the key competency. The challenges require urgent solutions, but these are issues that cannot be solved within 2 to 3 years. And climate tech is a fundamental, essential things, and compared to other startup company, we need continuous effort and very strong persuasive power. So that's the reality. That is why climate tech founders must be equipped with entrepreneurship, and that is why they need more than anything else resilience and long-term visions. And if you look at the real world, the 6 elements, asking the climate tech founder to be equipped with all 6 competency, yes, it's too much to ask. I'm not saying that the startup can be successful only when the 6 elements must be equipped by the founder. I'm only saying that understanding that this 6 competency is necessary should be realized. So if a person cannot be equipped with all 6 elements, then they need to form a team, and the team members can be equipped with a different competency. So when an amazingly, beautifully, and excellent climate tech startup is established, they must understand what kind of comprehensive and multidimensional competency they need, and then they can hire people with these competency, or they can build a team, and the team members can have these 6 competency. And how can we do that? Education infrastructure can help that. In a way, in order to attract the most outstanding talent to the climate tech field, the most important solution is basically attractive market prospect needs to be built. I mean, the people will make a decision to throw themselves into this market only when there is a prospect. So going beyond any challenge, I believe if the market is attractive enough, then the outstanding talent will come to this market. So we need to present visions. We need to let people know that this market will be a huge market. This market will totally transform my whole career, my whole life. It's worthwhile to jump in. So we need to make sure that the people have the faith in this market. Only then the outstanding talent will come into this market. Those are the important elements. If so, if the attractive market prospect exists, how can we build attractive market prospect? What elements can we realize? I believe these are the area that all of you need to understand and focus your energy on. First, the attractive market prospect with a great hope. First elements that you have to understand is attracting more capital, and more diverse forms of capital is what we need. When we talk about capital or fund, it moves much faster than what human being does. It's an intangible, invisible capital. So when money moves around, then definitely the money will transform the market, because the money will send signals to the market. So more talented people will come to the market. And in a really, really early stage in the process of doing the R&D, when there's a prospect that technology can be launched in the market or be commercialized in every single stage, starting from the grant or to the venture capitalist, equity capital, or to even the borrowings, all kinds of different funding can be provided. And when that happens, attractive market prospect can be created. Secondly, a consistent policies and regulation is necessary. In many climate tech sector, we need to create supply and demand at the same time. Because of that, when making a decision to make an investment, or when we decide to pour our energy and effort, then we will count which exist or which are lacking. So these are the challenges that we face. So when supply and demand systematically doesn't exist at the same time within the framework, when time goes, definitely when both of these will exist, when there's a prospect, then there's a prospect. So as a preemptive way, supply and demand, and in every single stage of the value chain, we need a policy roadmap so that these elements will be established. And toward that roadmap destination, everyone can go step by step. So giving hope with attractive market prospect is extremely, absolutely necessary. Lastly, we need to build attractive market. Of course, this is an obvious approach, but ultimately, when we make investment to the climate tech, no matter how innovative the technology is, if the scale of economy is not secure, then it's meaningless. So, unfortunately, for a sustainable low-carbon economy to be established, low-carbon solutions must become competitive alternative with the market. So, this is not applied to the climate tech, but all innovative technology face the same thing. To achieve this, mechanism must be put in place to ensure that the carbon and environmental costs are reflected in market prices, because currently all the costs are not included. And so-called, the scale of economy must be built in line with that. Various mechanisms encompassing both penalties and incentives should be designed and provided in predictable manner. Without any mechanism, if we just let the market be built and be operated based on its own principle, then the climate crisis that needs to be urgently addressed cannot be tackled in a meaningful way. Because of that, the scale of economy is something that we must achieve. Until then, such innovative technology needs to be developed with a proper level of incentive, and the technology that was developed based on the fossil fuel needs to be replaced, or there must be a mechanism so that the innovative climate tech can definitely have a fair competition and build the fair and objective market. Only when this mechanism exists, only when people believe that such market exists, researchers and scientists will make a decision that such research result can be commercialized. So the three elements that I have mentioned until now will definitely create an attractive market prospect. And when an attractive market prospect is given, a competent talent from different sectors will spend their whole career and life to research a certain area and enable Korea to make a jump into the future. Let us all work together. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give another warm round of applause to founding and managing partner Jae Hyun-ju. Founding managing partner Jae Hyun-ju graduated from KAIST and majored industry design, but started up the company focusing on climate tech, and she gathered all the technology and competency, and as a founder of a climate fund, she is doing a great job so far. So she's doing a lot of impact fund investment in relations with nurturing convergence talent. I believe that today is very meaningful, and giving 20 minutes was very meaningful for her.
Climate intelligence, tech funding, what kind of capabilities we need, and we need extraordinary talents in the market. What kind of preconditions we need to form in the market to recruit such talent. Now we are going to invite member of the National Assembly, Kim Yong-tae from People's Power Party, followed by legislator Park Ji-hye from the Minju Party. We'll be showing you the videos before we continue with our presentation. Please turn the video. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Yong-tae from Gyeonggi-do, Bucheon City. It would have been nice if I could be there by myself, but because of another schedule, I will be seeing you through the video. So let me talk about how we are looking at the metropolitan services, it is going beyond the international society's expectation. And from 10 years from now, we are the metropolitan services. It is providing the international organizations, and from agriculture, facility safety, the human health, all of that is predicted in terms of weather reports. That is very depressing. Trying to assess the future weather based on the past 30 years, it is now necessary to draw up a map of the frequency and the impact of extreme weather events by driving a complex relationship of various variables that will occur in the future. The information is now collected and then sent to IPCC. In order to become the strong nation, we should do a better job of adapting to the climate change. I believe those of you who are watching this video would agree with me. Climate change, climate crisis forces us to come up with new sets of beliefs. Science and technology, industry, economy, they requires different approach. The global trade environment is changing rapidly from 2025 CCA of the USA and CBAM from the EU. They are becoming increasingly complex. It would be great if there was a global standard, but leading groups are busy setting standards, certification schemes that are favorable to them. If the EU requires process-specific carbon-free certification for all the products exported to the EU, it would be difficult to ensure technical security of our products. The green economy may be cleaner than a fossil fuel economy, but it is not easy to realize by any means. The climate crisis threatens both our livelihood and our economies. Therefore, I believe that amid these complex crises lies the essence of what education needs to be in this age of climate change. Climate education can't just be about conserving resources and teaching the meaning of the resource circulation. I think it is a process of reconstructing one's own survival strategy. What are the ways for me and my community to survive and adapt in this era of climate crisis? What technologies and social institutions are needed to fundamentally reverse the flow, and what should companies and countries around the world do to survive in this new economic system? It's going to be a very important learning process. If global warming gets worse and worse until it becomes a climate disaster, and if we can't stop it, nothing can make us feel more depressed and helpless than that. There are things we can do, especially you, who are at the forefront of science and technology, and we have a lot to look forward to and rely on. I look forward to each of your scientific and technological achievement, connecting the dots, connecting the lines to the goal of carbon neutrality, so that we as a collective force in the climate crisis can become a carbon powerhouse and carbon neutral nation. Thank you very much. I'll do my best at the National Assembly supporting you in this journey. So let us work this out together. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I am member of National Assembly Park Ji-hye, Democratic Party representing Ujeongbu District. It is a great pleasure and great responsibility to be here today. The climate crisis and carbon neutralization task we are facing is not just an environmental challenge, but a major issue that requires changes in our entire society. To respond to this challenge, the importance of convergent talent is being emphasized more than ever. First, I'd like to explain why convergence talents are essential to respond to the climate crisis and achieve carbon neutrality. As we all know, the climate crisis is complex and multidimensional in nature. It requires an integrated approach that includes not only scientific knowledge, but also knowledge and experience from various fields such as technology, economy, society, and policy. Looking back our history, there are many examples of national crises that have been overcome by innovative and creative minds. To overcome the current climate crisis and find innovative and creative solutions to achieve carbon neutrality, we need passionate and interdisciplinary people to lead the fundamental transformation of our society. The role of passionate and capable interdisciplinary and convergent talent, it is essential to lead the fundamental transformation of our society. And when it comes to fostering talent for carbon neutrality, it's also important to collaborate. We need bipartisan cooperation. Only if we all share the same goals and work together to create laws and institutions to successfully respond to this enormous challenge, we can do that. Climate crisis is everyone's problem. No one is exempt from working together. We need to see bipartisanship come together to craft policies and make sure the policies that are designed and make sure that the policy is designed to make a real difference. I believe that the cooperation between the universities and industry is essential to foster convergence talent. Universities are not just a place to teach theoretical knowledge. It is a place where students can look at problems from different perspectives. It is a place to teach creative knowledge and where students can look at problems from different perspectives. We need to help them to create solutions which require multidisciplinary education program and to integrate utilize knowledge from various fields. Industry also has an important role to play. Industry contributes hands-on experience and innovative ideas, so close cooperation between universities and industry is essential to foster an interdisciplinary workforce, which will ultimately make significant contribution to addressing the climate crisis. Finally, I hope that today's discussion on fostering this convergence of talents will be an important step towards a sustainable future for all of us. I promise to do my best to join you in the journey to overcome the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard from the legislators from both parties. The legislators are keenly interested in climate change. They have emphasized the importance of developing convergence, creative talent. Now we are going to continue. We are going to invite Professor Park Sang-chan from KAIST GGGS. As you're well aware, Professor Park is a supervisor for Impact MBA and also playing a very important role in leading GGGS. Professor Park. Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you all today. I'm very pleased to be a part of this meaningful discussion with you all today. So I would like to mention one thing our Professor talks about all the time. It takes a village to raise a child. He says this all the time. Professor Ji-yong and I have been working together for the past decade to grow the graduate school, which is a predecessor of GGGS, and we have actually raised children together. So I would like to share our experience and the keywords here, village and a child. I'll talk about the relationship between the two. As I've said, KAIST has more than 10 years of experience in developing green growth convergence talents. More than 270 students have graduated, and we have developed 240 courses, and more than 3,600 students have enrolled, and we have published more than 96 international journals, and we have made key contributions for academic progress in this field. One thing that we learned is that, especially regarding a child, inside the village, there are more than one child. There are actually many children in the village, and these children all have unique and different characteristics. They are very special on their own. Within the education curriculum, they develop into human capital, and they developed into diverse forms of human capital. By using this human capital, they create virtuous cycle in our economy and our society. As you can see on the screen, our children graduated, left the village, and began building their career in each of their places. And then the logos, these are the logos of the places where our graduates are working in. There are so many in number. So there are diverse children. Then what about the village that grows such diverse children? There's the small number of faculty and employees and staff, but we need more than that. We need a long-term and stable approach to develop our children. We need a fully grown system. Especially, we need a system that can coordinate the different perspectives of diverse stakeholders. We can call this an organizational capital, and then we need a great organization structure, evaluation system, reward system, routine. All that will be needed. We need this system to be able to continue to develop the children. The relationship between children and village is not one-time or temporary relationship. It continues to maintain even after a child leaves the village. Sometimes the relationship grows stronger and wider. As each child grows and leaves for another village, of course, there are many other villages besides your own, and there are also other children living in other villages. So this is a collaboration relationship that needs to expand until they build a connectivity network, and then it can build a huge ecosystem on its own. When we have such ecosystem, we can get great help in growing our children. So this is what I mean by a virtuous cycle. To build a virtuous cycle, KAIST has been making a lot of efforts, and we will continue to be dedicated to this aim. Considering the things that I've said, of course, we need balanced investment of various forms of capital, and for that mission and for that value, in executing the strategy, there are many tasks that we'll face, and I would like to talk about one of those tasks, and it's called exploration trade-off, exploitation and exploration trade-off. Exploitation is visible, immediate, and tangible efforts, or efforts to create such outputs. In order to do that, we need to minimize failure and try to have a centralized and standardized approach. On the other hand, we have exploration, which is long-term, less visible, and high level of uncertainty whether there will be anything tangible, and the probability of failure could be high, and it's something no one has tried. So that explains the balance between exploration and exploitation. Climate change is a highly urgent task, and from an external investor's perspective, the investors would want to see immediate and visible output. They often do so. But at the same time, the children that we are trying to grow want to think long-term, creative, and innovative, with high probability of failure, with high level of uncertainties. And it takes a long time to build a village capable of doing this. So in developing convergence talents, there is a conflicting principles of organization. So each village will have to find a solution to strike a balance between exploration and exploitation. And GGGS will also believe that we will face such conflicting directions. And I would like to open up this issue and look for your insight in sharing the direction. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Park. Thank you for your insightful comments about a village, a child, and social capital. So we will next invite Professor Son Jung-nak from GGGS.
Professor Son has worked for academia, for industries, and came back to academia. And I'm sure that he has a lot of knowledge and expertise to share with us. Please begin. Founding and managing partner Jae Hyun-ju, I really enjoyed your presentation. Especially, you talked about the actions that we need to take, how we need to work on to resolve many issues that we are faced with, and the relationship, the collaboration must be established. Based on that, what do we really need? What are the core competencies that must be equipped with? If you look at these slides, you can see that the humanity has used fossil fuel. It's been 250 years ever since the climate crisis started, and only 30 years have gone by ever since we tried to gather our wisdoms. And during the time, as you can see, that 1992 UNFCCC was established, and then Kyoto Protocol was signed, and also 2015 Paris Agreement was signed. It's been only 6 years ever since the Paris Agreement was signed. The major change definitely is the climate change that we experience every day. And at the same time, the humanity has made a lot of efforts, especially in case of Europe. The Green Deal was adopted, taking the initiative, and IRA is another initiative taken by United States to encourage industries to take action. In case of China, energy transition has been designated as a national industry. So China has repositioned itself as a front runner. Korea is no exception. October 2020, the President of the Republic of Korea announced net zero policy goal, and starting from 2011, government has also established net zero policy. Simply, it says that we are focusing on establishing net zero R&D investment, and the public sector can work together to achieve net zero emissions through research, innovations, and market mechanism. And when such core competence is created, all kinds of policies can be implemented. But frankly speaking, as you know, not much result or productive, tangible result were produced so far. While this thing happens, the whole world, as you can see, we have entered into the age of new energy economy, according to IAEA, it was declared. As founding and managing partner Jae Hyun-ju mentioned, we have entered into the new era. Especially, we thought that the climate crisis can be our opportunity, but we fall behind. Still, today, we are gathered here today to talk about how we can integrate climate and energy issues together. And I think this is really encouraging. Globally, if you look at this, the clean energy productivity has increased. Look at this, solar PV. During the past 10 years, globally, the capacity has increased more than 400%. Electric car sales increased by 2,000%. And the IAEA Secretary General has mentioned that there was a case that he made a presentation. He said that 4 years ago, EV car was merely globally, out of the newly sold car, out of 25 car, only one was EV, but now out of the total sales sold car, 4 are EV. And in the EV, Korea is playing a certain role, luckily. So amid such changes, what should be our directions to nurture talent? Until 2030, if you look at the whole world, in clean energy sector, more than 30 million new jobs will be created in clean energy field. Among that, there are jobs that we need to focus on. Out of 31 million new jobs, highly skilled new jobs will take more than 2/3. Medium skilled job, if we add with the highly skilled jobs, more than 90% job is high quality, highly skilled new jobs. So in this era, what kind of talent should we nurture? So these are the new jobs to be created. Until now, whether it's energy transitions or clean energy, we focus on a certain industry, like, for example, only providing like wind power, solar power, PV power, but not anymore. We need to focus on technology and utilizing that for the renewable energy development. So without that, we cannot use this technology for the clean energy development. Second, carbon neutrality is a catchphrase, and once again, the major benefit of the clean energy transition to net zero emission is a net increase of new jobs. Like critical mineral issues have become a hot issues. And no matter how great the technology is, without resolving these issues, carbon neutrality cannot be achieved. The third issue is money or the capital. If you look at the financing burden, we are publicly debating and discussing about that, and we have neglected these issues until now. So no matter how great the technology is, we need financing and we need to provide a capital. Only that happens, then this new industry can be our alternative energy solution. So for the next 10 years, not the expertise or knowledge, but we need to connect the technology with the new industries, and we need international collaboration and financing, and we need expertise in various fields. So only convergence, talent that has integrated knowledge, will this be the only thing we need? Well, these are the things that we need to work on. So through my presentation, what I'd like to underscore is not only do we need a highly skilled workforce, but also we need various other elements. When I say this, students always ask me a question. What should we do? What kind of job do I need to have? What kind of studies do I have to focus on? Then my answer is as follows. First, all of you need to make crystal clear about your goals, and then you have to look at your multi-directional way, which way you need to focus your energy on. But we need to make sure what should be our target, and then we need to find a way to go. But here, when we set out our coordinate and when we put the line, how should we move? We need courage. And when I say drawing line between the coordinates, this is like a new word that we have never experienced before. We need to meet people that we have never met before. We need to go on a journey that we have never experienced before. In this environment, we cannot achieve our goals, or we cannot challenge ourselves with the tools that we have. And we need to encourage ourselves. We need to be equipped with a new courage. So only then we can draw the lines between this coordinate and achieve our goals. If you look at this, you know who these are, and half of you might know, and half of you might not know. So left one is Neil Armstrong. On the right column is Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla. He's the one who boosted the industry of EV. He's a very important person. But at the same time, Elon Musk also successfully developed the private aerospace industry. But 10 years ago, there was a story. Aerospace industry was led by the government, and 10 years ago there was discussions whether the private companies can lead aerospace industry, and then they said there was a Senate hearings, and Armstrong rode in 1969, arrived moon for the first time, and he said that the aerospace industry must be developed by the administration, and it cannot be transformed into a private company-led industry. That's a stupid idea. However, 10 years later, when Elon Musk did an interview, he said that Armstrong was my idol, and he totally disrupted my dream. But through SpaceX, Elon Musk race to space successfully completed. He's still going on. So it's been a year ever since KAIST GGGS was established. Professors and the president of KAIST GGGS, we are pouring our energy to nurture convergent talent. But the answer is crystal clear. The students need to make sure what their coordinates are and make sure that the line should be drawn between these different coordinates and try to develop their own competency. The professor's role is to encourage these students, to support them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very inspiring presentation. Now, we don't have much time left. You have to have lunch. So we'll speed up and wrap up as soon as possible. And so partner Chae-Hyun-ju, Professor Park, Professor Son, I would like to ask you each a question. So to managing partner Chae, you've mentioned a lot of important things like tech founder and creating a market environment for recruiting exceptional talents. And then you have identified 6 important competencies, and I thought they were especially precious. My question to partner Chae is, as a tech founder, of course, not all convergence talent will become a tech founder, but those who wish to be a tech founder, what can a school do, or what can a higher education institution do? If I can ask you one thing a educational institution can do, that would be very helpful.
Very difficult question. Just one thing. Well, maybe two points. Yes, you can do that. Professor Son Jong-rak talked about giving courage. That's a key word. Yes, it's very, very important. Remember, I make a presentation and I mentioned that there are 6 elements that you need, and the last 6 points, resilience requires courage. And I guess the courage can be provided through optimisms. Well, optimism means our future is bright, everything goes well. It's not, I don't mean that. Even though our roads ends up as an unexpected destination, still it's okay. We need to say that when we fall from the top building, we need to have a faith that the bottom is not a concrete, but there are some soft side that even though we fall down, we will still survive. And Professor Park talked about the belief in village, in nurturing the children. Yes, that's correct. We need to enable students to be equipped with the optimism. That should be the starting point of the education. The most idealistic thing is that from the very young age, when society teaches children that you can be optimistic about your future, that's great. But if not, then the graduate school or the university needs to provide an environment where students can have this optimistic viewpoint toward the future. Second, an open community and network is essential. When I say that, that means when we meet with the startup in the United States, we make an investment to the startup. The 6 competency, the key competency that I mentioned, no one has such 6 competency. However, an outstanding tech founders, knowing that they are lacking in certain competency, they hire with CFO or other executives or team members who equip with that. So it is essential to identify what is your shortcomings and identify the advantage of other people and then work together. And then within their journey, within their organization, even though they work as a partner, they can definitely build a future together. So instead of one people doing everything alone, we need to create a team that can work together. So within school, within KAIST, there are students who study different fields, right? So we need to build a networking system, but also outside our school, we need to make sure to exchange and do networking with someone outside KAIST. We need to have an open community and open networking. If we provide that, that will be extremely helpful.
Thank you. In the case of GGGS or overall KAIST, we are nurturing this culture of climate change along with many external partners. We engage in various external projects, and we also try to create startup ecosystem for climate technology. So we can definitely see the atmosphere visibly changing. And you've talked about resilience and courage, not being fearful of failure. If the university can create such an environment, I believe it could be really helpful. And then I have a question to Professor Park. This definitely was not in the plan. You said that you need an entire village to raise a child, and that was very persuasive. And it occurred to me that children these days are truly exceptional when it comes to diversity. They are so-called MZ generation. Of course, they are sometimes passive, that we need to develop them, but they're also active on their own. As an active human being, what should they take on? And then as based on your many years of growing green talent, can you share some of the areas where they could improve on? And this is being broadcast YouTube, English and Korean, live broadcast. So for schools to become a proper village so that the children can go outside the village, go on to other village, help the other village, co-prosper. So the role of a village in growing the child is important. But what kind of roles and responsibilities should the children take on themselves? Do you have any expectations of the children? That was definitely off the script, kind of abrupt, but thank you for the question. As Professor has mentioned, when it comes to children, before I talk about my expectations and wishes for the children, I believe our children should also have higher expectations for the faculty member as well. We should listen to their feedback first. But of course, I have certain points that our children can work on. As partner Jae has mentioned, as Professor Son mentioned, courage is really important. But we cannot force our children to be courageous. To be courageous, you need to have the assurance that it's okay to fail. You should have a safety net, believing that you can restart after you go through a failure. And learning from the failure and having the mechanism that allows you to go through failure, learn from the failure is really important. KAIST has a failure research institute because failure is not something you should be ashamed of. Everybody can fail. The important thing is learn from the failure and share that lesson with others. It's a process, and I think such a process should be emphasized more, and students should be more actively engaged in this process. This will be beneficial both for the children and the village as well. Second point, students or children. Of course, they are being taught, but that implicates a very hierarchical relationship or organization. The grown-ups, researchers, or professors, they can pinpoint what kind of problems will be more important, what kind of problems are just around the corner. If they're 100% sure about that, of course, their unilateral, one-sided teaching can be helpful to the students. But sometimes faculty, professors themselves are not fully confident about what is likely to come, what is around the corner. So instead of engaging in one-sided teaching, they can become coaches, build relationship with students based on which they can engage in open discussion. I think that kind of redefinition of relationship is really critical, and our students should also actively be a part of this redefinition of relationship process. Thank you very much.
Very important comment, re-establishing relationship. If there is any time left, maybe we can talk about in the era of rapid change, especially the AI is bringing a lot of change. I really wanted to ask additional questions, but I don't think we have time. So now my question goes to Professor Son Jung-rak. Well, CEO Jae-hyun-ju and also Professor Park San-chun mentioned, but responding to the climate crisis, we need convergence talent and not only the competency that is related with the technology, but outside the technology sector, we need additional competency. Still, there's a big question in my mind. And I keep asking my question, which is as follows. So when we talk about convergence talent, then do we really need convergence talent, or can we identify a talented expert in different field and then we can form a team and these people can work together? So finding one convergence talent, or shall we find a talent with a different expertise in different competency and form a team. Which one is the right course? Can you briefly talk about that? Professor Son Jung-ra, I'd like to hear your views. What is your take on that? I don't know. That's my answer. Well, in preparing my presentation, I also asked that question to myself. Connecting people with different competency, that is also a great idea. And I thought, will that be sufficient, or should we focus on nurturing a convergence talent? Which one is the best way? Well, I believe identifying a certain talent in different sectors and connect them is very pessimistic, because as you get older, we see big picture. We don't see with a narrowed viewpoint, and instead of focusing too much on connecting different expertise, I say to them that there are certain roles that can be played by elderly people. And since I have a microphone, let me give you one example. We have with us, Mr. Games, I'm trying to be very careful. In 18th century, when Industrial Revolution started, many people say that James Watt, when he developed the engines, he was a star. But the time when Industrial Revolution started, Luna Society in Birmingham played pivotal role. There was a gathering, and including these people, many people gathered together. So the social atmosphere was created already at that time. And through this Luna Society, James Watt met a very important person, that is Matthew Bolton. And Matthew Bolton is a businessman. James is like a researcher, a scientist who only spent time inside the lab, but this person was a businessman. So meeting this businessman widened his viewpoint. So we need to create an atmosphere. Of course, this is not an academic field. And I believe that we need to create a social environment. We need to provide a platform where the researchers can meet with the businessmen, and also such a coincidence needs to be provided. That's more important. So frankly speaking, convergence, when I say that convergence is some sort of a connection between different fields, but at the same time, the students with a great competency, we need to help these students to really develop their skills and then make sure that these people turn into convergence talent. That's my take.
Thank you, Professor Son. Convergence also requires special skills, and we need to communicate with skilled or non-skilled people, various sectors, and that can inspire us to create a really innovative idea. And then, thank you very much for your comments. And I think Managing Partner Che would have some comments to make.
Well, I totally 100% agree with all the comments. So, convergence talent, I use that terminology, but this might sound like you have to do everything really well, 360-degree perfectly well. So it could be very, very difficult definition. And when we say convergence competency, we need to express that into a different terminology. That's a meta recognition. That's having an objective view regarding myself. What do I do really well, and what is lacking in my competency? And another thing is that this is the issue, and then I need to understand how this is going, to what direction. We need to have an objective view. When we have that awareness, we can find the experts, we can meet the people with the knowledge and expertise. So instead of using the terminology of convergence talent, it doesn't signify that having competency of doing everything really well. Instead of that, we need to have the meta recognitions, understanding or having the awareness what is lacking or what is not, and also meeting different people and be exposed to different environment, and then having this perfect awareness, having a objective view. That kind of education environment is what we really need. That's my idea.
너무 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그 대학원 교육에서도 사실은
In graduate school, as the name suggests, green growth, sustainable development, these are our common goals, and we are definitely pursuing these goals. And we recognize diversity and promote metacognition. And you have talked about climate intelligence. This is our common task, and we need to build consensus on those issues. And based on various professional skills, we can look for a solution together, and creating such an atmosphere could be a very important part of convergence education. We are running out of time, so I would like to give 30 seconds each to Professor Park and Professor Song. We are talking about talent development, but we need talent for climate change. This is an Anthropocene crisis. We are trying to resolve one human-made problem with other humans, but it's all up to the humans to handle this. So for our future and the roles of higher educational institutions, could you share your opinion? And then followed by Professor Son next.
네, 먼저 해주십시오.
예, 저는 뭐 아주 멋진 끝맺음을 생각해 오진 않았습니다.
I did not come here with a fancy concluding remarks, but based on what I have heard and based on one insight that I gained from this discussion, we have just created a learning community which is a village on its own. And inside this village, we already play very diverse roles and activities. We have different sets of opinions, and they are not uniform. We are not forced to come out with same or uniform perspectives. We are free to share our differences, and this process itself is critical, or we are laying the fertile ground for nurturing convergence talent. And in this area, KAIST will continue to stay devoted to pursuing this goal. And including myself, everybody who's here today, I would like to ask you to feel free to share your ideas and advice with us. Thank you.
Professor Son Jung-rak, I couldn't find the answer yet. Well, I already expressed every thoughts that I had in my mind during my presentation. Well, recently, I came back to school again after several decades, and there is a thought in my mind. That is, I need to listen to what students are saying. I need to give encouragement to my students. How can I help them to pave their own way so that they can arrive at their destination? The best way is to listen to their ideas and views and to encourage them. So that's what I do. So in this new organization called KAIST GGGS, I really hope that these students can have a sense of confidence and arrive at their destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insightful opinions. Professor Park has this analogy of a village, and a child is really great. We are trying to build a great village where children grow to achieve a common challenge based on two-way interaction. Creating that kind of village probably is one of the roles and responsibilities of KAIST as a higher educational institution.
중요합니다. 융합 인재,
convergence, talent development, it's really important. We keep repeating two things:
기후 변화의 문제의 복잡성과
the complexity of climate change challenge and the urgency that we need to resolve this in one generation. We need convergence, talent who's capable of convergence, way of thinking, coming up with innovative ideas, unafraid to make failures, take bold leap. We need to encourage them to do so. And creating such a village requires not just the school, but the government, corporations, academia, industry, public, private sectors. Look forward to your continued support and interest, and we would like to conclude this session now.
Thank you, panels, for the session. We hope to see more of the great leaders in climate leading sustainability in our society. This concludes the morning session of the 9th Seoul Climate-Energy Conference. We will now begin plenary session 1 of the 2024 Seoul Climate-Energy Conference. Plenary session 1 is on revolutionizing climate response through AI innovations. The session will be moderated by Dr. Haewon McJun, professor at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability. Please welcome the moderator and panelists to the stage. Now I will hand over the mic to Professor McJun.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So we're going to begin the afternoon session. The first session of the afternoon, revolutionizing climate response through AI innovations. I'm very happy to introduce you our keynote speaker, Karthik Mukaveli. AI research scientist, climate and sustainability at IBM Research. He works with foundation models, generative AI, geospatial and weather and climate projects. And throughout his career, he helped realign AI community towards climate and earth sciences. And he's co-authored the foundational paper, Tackling Climate Change with Machine Learning. He also co-founded a climate AI startup, Value.ai, forecasting commodity trading. He got his PhD in UNSW at School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy and master's from Imperial College. So he'll start out the keynote speech, and which will be followed by 3 discussants. The first one is Alice Oh, professor at School of Computing at KAIST, will be followed by Lee Hyo-sup, Executive Vice President of Incord Technologies, a leading solutions provider for big data and AI platforms for energy sector. And then finally, last but not least, Shin Jung-ho, principal researcher and head of the Chemical Data-Based Research Center at Korea Research Institute of Chemical Technology. So that will be the order in which the speakers will go. So without further ado, can we welcome Dr. Karthik Mukaveli to the speaking stage. Thanks.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to be here. I'm flying in from Zurich in Switzerland, where IBM Research has had its lab, one of its several labs since the 1950s. I'll be focusing on the topic of how AI can essentially help. Most of the developments have been in the field of earth sciences, largely due to the availability of big data sets, but also touch on sustainability and net zero as well. All right, so maybe a good starting point here is to think about what underpins a lot of the Earth system models which are available. You have different timescales, essentially, from nowcasting all the way to weather scales, which typically the definition would be about subseasonal at most for weather. But climate, from subseasonal all the way to further ahead, depends on the definition you use. Most of the computations around the Earth are gridded, and you compute numerically a bunch of equations, which are these primitive equations of conservation of momentum, mass, and so forth. And depending on whether you're focusing on the atmosphere or the land surface, there's different degrees of forecasting predictability. There's a lot of complex physical processes which underpin these models. So the question really would be for AI, can it simplify these physics computations and accelerate what is possible to compute previously with physics models? So here's an example of a concentrated solar power plant. Earlier, I think in one of the talks, it was mentioned that there's a lot of variability when it comes to forecasting solar power or other sources of renewables. You have atmospheric aerosols, clouds, different types of phenomena, and this has an impact on the scattering of the solar irradiance, which comes through the atmosphere. So can we do better with the predictions than use existing physics, where most of the times these are process-based models and you have to kind of try out a bunch of different physics schemes and different solver regimes? Can we do this much more efficiently? And is that possible? Because once you do enable a system which is much faster, you can end up capturing peak prices in the electricity market. You can reduce the variability in the system. You can design better control systems as well within these power systems models. So yeah, the main question is, can AI accelerate Earth sciences here? And just to take a step back, we've been speaking, I've been touching a bit on numerical weather prediction, and NWP models have had a long history of development for hundreds of years. The history of AI is a bit more recent. So it started off with sort of more inference systems, which have kind of if-then else type rules. This is kind of similar to what is currently within the numerical models, which are still to a large extent using Fortran-based codes. Obviously, they get a lot of the predictability power from utilizing physics, so it's not directly comparable. But most of these are manually crafted symbolic representations. And then you kind of fast forward, and then you start seeing less brittle, but still labor-intensive feature engineering happening. And this is kind of the classical machine learning methods, using decision trees, support vector machines, or even classical statistics type inspired methods. And then I think now what you're seeing with so-called AI breakthroughs at the moment would be the deep learning models. And these deep learning models, I mean, the algorithms existed in the 80s itself, like AlexNet and the convolutional neural networks. But really, the amount of labeled data didn't really exist, and the GPUs and this kind of compute didn't really exist. So now you can, develop a lot of task-specific models, which have state-of-the-art performance compared to human visual tasks. And as a result of this, some of the deep learning models end up winning these large-scale visual recognition challenges in 2014 or so. Fast forward to present day, you have self-supervised models at scale, which basically means you don't need to go in manually and then label that this is a cat, this is a dog, this kind of thing in the label data sets, or in the case of climate, this is a wildfire, this is a flood. You don't need to do that. If you have massive satellite data coming in or different simulations being produced from meteorological organizations, the labels get created on its own. So it's inherently learning what's similar to humans, so about what's common between data sets. So you have a generalist AI model, which can then be fine-tuned for different specific tasks with minimal effort. So that is foundation models, and that's what you see when you go into ChatGPT and then type in certain prompts. It's basically doing inference on the fly. The generic data set there is basically the internet's language repository. Okay, so there's a whole lot of breakthrough models which have come out recently, which are competitive with the existing physics models. They have different underlying architectures. They made the covers of Nature and Science, so people with scientific backgrounds, that's a big deal. But they're only slightly more accurate compared to the physics models. But what is striking is the orders of magnitude speed up when it comes to predictive performance. So it's almost 10,000 or so orders of magnitude speed up compared to the physics models. And this is quite striking because what it means now is if you want to run a super high resolution forecast, it's relatively trivial to do that with AI models, which a lot of the large meteorological organizations in the past would have had to think about their computing clusters and so forth. But obviously, this doesn't include all the model training resources, which have gone into training the AI models themselves into this computation, which is still quite expensive. So it still takes about thousands of GPU hours to run these, train these AI models. But once you train them, it's super fast. So I've basically spoken about these models from a binary perspective. One is AI versus physics. There's actually more of a spectrum. You can have lots of physics, which is the complex numerical weather prediction models. You can have some physics where you can enforce certain physical constraints, and that reduces the need for data. And you can also combine it with a model like this neural GCM, which I'll touch on, basically which can differentiate through the entire model, both the machine learning part and the physics part. And then you have these more purely deep learning type and self-supervised models, which are purely based on large data sets. And one of the important outcomes from this work is when it comes to reducing the uncertainty of climate projections. Now, in the past, depending on the scenario that you consider from the IPCC reports, right, there's quite a range of temperatures with which the future could evolve. And this is really difficult for planning purposes. And what the machine learning papers are now showing is that actually the uncertainty is less. So this block here is essentially a smaller uncertainty range from the ML model compared to the physics models. But this is only really possible with a physics-informed AI model at this stage. It's not like a purely machine learning-based model. So it's ML-based models are quite performant at kind of weather scales, but not at extended climate scales. So lots of training resources go into training these models, but can we utilize existing training resources? So once you have a fully trained model, you can essentially utilize existing training resources. And this is where the paradigm of foundation models or ChatGPT, these kind of large language models, all of these come into play. you can basically take the model and freeze it, and then attach a few different components to it, and then run your own private data set through the model. So if you're like an energy forecaster, like you can run your local wind farm data to fine tune over it, which might not be accessible to the public, or if even on your own house, right? Like if you have a local weather station, you can run output through that. So there's a lot of benefits to this. Basically, it allows flexibility of data sources. It's more efficient. It's also more accurate to use these latest generation of foundation models. And the training speed is also significant. This training speed up is significant. But I really just touched on the atmosphere component of the Earth system. There's the entire ocean system. There's the land surface. There's spatial scales beyond weather, extending out to climate. There's a lot of open opportunities for several tasks. So beyond the Earth simulations, going into Earth observations, just to tie things together, if you have a bunch of satellite data as well, similar to physics model simulation output data, you can have this generalist pre-trained model, which can then be applied to do disaster response or vegetation management or asset monitoring. You no longer need like very task-specific individual AI models. And this is really possible because you're letting something very general from the different spectral bands of a satellite with these latest generation of AI models. Likewise for the weather models that I was talking about, where you can basically do things like downscaling, which is do a super high resolution prediction just from very coarse data. So that is a capability which was possible before with specific models, but with very minimal resources, you can adapt it to do extreme events or other stuff, like renewable forecasting. So essentially, you have one trained geospatial foundation model, and you can do multiple tasks with it. You can segment burn scars, detect floods, do damage change. It's kind of similar to ChatGPT, where you can also ask it to do like coding, or you can ask it to write an essay. You can, in the case of when you combine it with DALL-E, which is more multimodal, you can combine it with both vision and language, right? So that is an area which has not been super investigated yet. I'll touch on this a bit later. But this is a demo which shows like live inference, where basically this is a location which the model hasn't really seen, but it's able to segment out wildfires over a location in Texas, and then floods over a part of India. And this is all coming from this generalist pre-trained model. So your prompt into ChatGPT would be kind of like India, West Bengal flood in this case, and it's able to run the inference, except in the visual domain. Yeah, so extending this beyond earth sciences, language is something which is what people are seeing, at least the public has been exposed to this. This is also being considered in earth science domain. Basically, let's say you have a lot of natural language processing data. You can play around with it and have a generic model built off all the knowledge in NASA's like repository of abstracts, and then you can train your model. But right now, what I'm showing you is not even using AI. It's just keyword search, and it's just looking up OpenStreetMap. But that is something which is possible. But things like there is a flood in a certain region. A flood of knowledge would be considered. If someone says flood of knowledge, that doesn't necessarily refer to a flood, but you need a lot of like background context to understand this. That's something which only these large language models can do. One aspect which is interesting here from this work was you need to consider biases in the models themselves and the data sets as well. So this analysis showed that in developing regions, more people need to be affected or die before research even starts when it comes to hydrohazards or other types of extreme events. So these biases can propagate across these AI models. So one should be very careful with choosing geographically diverse data. This is just an advancement on the vanilla natural language processing approach to resolve issues with the geotagging. And this is using more of latest large language model. And it seems to perform fairly well on question answering, climate change, named entity recognition, and other information retrieval tasks. So now going to climate change and sustainability, I mean, already there's a bunch of, we have all the solutions in place, with projects like Drawdown, where they went and mapped the top 100 solutions to global warming and, allocated numbers of, okay, this is how much it's going to cost, right? So we have the plan in place. The political will has been, I guess, missing to a large extent, but it's changing too. So the plan is there. A significant part of this is electrical production. When it comes to different climate solutions, that's an area which would be a huge lever for change. And the interplay between renewable energy predictability and the atmosphere is also a significant area one could initially look at where AI could add value. And so far, I guess I've been focusing a lot on machine learning for climate prediction, but there's a whole host of climate change and net zero solutions out there using AI. There's a paper called Tackling Climate Change with Machine Learning, which goes into great detail related to this. This paper was written, it's like 100 pages, which goes into several solutions of how machine learning can help tackle climate change. One area which I wanted to highlight was, let's say you have a solar panel and it's currently at the moment very generally built for any location around the world. So the climate in Seoul would be quite different than a solar panel operating in Iceland, right? So you could design a more personalized or location-specific solar PV. And this is an area which, especially with the emerging photovoltaics, like perovskite solar cells, could make a lot of sense. There's also accelerated discovery of the material science itself, which I think one of our panelists would be better suited to speak about. And in addition to this, I've been speaking a lot about this foundation modeling approach, where you're masking out parts of your input data and then reconstructing it fairly efficiently. You can imagine masking out parts of the electric grid and then trying to get the AI model to reconstruct what's happening within the grid. And IBM Research has released a perspective on this, on foundation models for the electric power grid. So there's potentially 3 different opportunities related to net zero and electrical systems one could consider. There's several other opportunities out there, like accelerating fusion science. DeepMind and others have looked at this. And there's other parts of forecasting supply and demand. All of these are different opportunities to integrate machine learning into the pipeline. One main point here is the initial breakthroughs that we're seeing have largely been in areas where there's a lot of openly available large data sets. The first generation of vision systems were really possible because there's a lot of images on the internet. But if you don't have images available of the net zero system that you want to optimize out there, the machine learning models are working in a very sparse data domain, and it's going to be quite difficult to create improvements there. So open access and open release of data is critical. This is something which happened in the weather domain because a lot of meteorology data is freely available. A lot of satellite data, at least from agencies like NASA, is largely available. So you can train your AI models. But if you guard a lot of high resolution geospatial data, which commercial vendors are providing, that makes it harder to go to societal level. So yeah, with that, I'll stop and possibly take any questions.
Thank you. We'll save the questions for the end of the session. So the first discussant will be Professor Alice Oh, professor in the School of Computing at KAIST, and she'll say a few words in the perspective of academia.
네, 한국어로 해도 되겠죠? Thank you, Karthik, for that interesting presentation. I am going to speak in Korean. It's mostly to echo what you said from an AI researcher's perspective, and we can talk offline if you want to talk in English. 그럼 지금부터는 이제 저희가 제 한국어로 하겠습니다. 사실
From now on, I would like to switch to English.
준비를 하지 않았는데
I didn't prepare any PowerPoint slides
기후 이런 연구를 원래부터 많이 하는 사람은 아니고
because I'm not a researcher who specializes in climate or environment. But as Dr. Mukabili has mentioned, well, I'm a person who specializes in LLM, language models like ChatGPT. I studied the technology behind that model, but as Dr. Mukabili has mentioned, this foundation model can be used in a variety of fields. So since 1 year ago, I began to engage in environment and climate-related research. Seoul National University's Environment Graduate School, there's Professor Jung Soo-jong in the school. I first met him last year. And then he invited me to work together on Korea Carbon Project. The purpose of this project is, as Korea strives to achieve net zero, what kind of public policies should we formulate to help people actually reduce carbon emission? That actually covers a huge scope and generates so many detailed tasks. Let's say we are allowing cars to drive only on selective days based on the number of their license plate. As a result of that policy, do people drive less? And does that lead to carbon emission? We definitely want to know that. And AI can help us predict that. That's what we are studying now. It's a complicated task. I will speak for 5 minutes about two things. First, why do AI researchers should be interested in environment and climate? And then second, on the other side, why the environment and climate researchers should be interested in the potential of AI. I'm an AI researcher. At first, I had this vague idea that we could help out the world with AI research. And people needed me to work on a good thing. And then I felt like I was kind of sacrificing myself, giving up career in a seemingly more profitable industry to get engaged in this AI research. But I realized that this is a very complicated task. And researchers, professors, students from the university might, I think, find this a very attractive field of research. When we first began studying AI, as Dr. Mukabili has said, there was a lot of data on the image. And these were data of pictures people posted on the internet, like if the picture had a cat or a dog. Of course, this was an important, intriguing challenge. But for the past 10 years of evolution of AI, they kind of developed in a separate world. Whether there's a cat or a dog in the picture, that's where AI evolved greatly, kind of separate from the real world problem. Of course, this kind of technology evolution per se is important, but it's time that we get out of this isolated world, get into the real world, and tackle the real serious challenges that we face. And in that regard, climate is a new issue for us because geographically, temporally, they change all the time because our climate changes all the time. Carbon emission changes all the time as well. And to talk of carbon emission, depending on what kind of activities humans engage in, it changes dynamically. So the complexity of this issue, carbon emission, is far higher than other natural phenomena. And as an AI researcher, the most difficult challenge is that there is no data. Of course, we have some data about climate from NASA, a meteorological organization in Korea. But when we first began studying environment, we asked for data and we were given data. But it's like hundreds of data. I thought, are they joking? Because 200, 300 data to train AI, it's meaningless, it's impossible. And the granularity of the data is like one data per year. And we have no idea what kind of data will be made available next month. There is no way of predictability. And the entire Korean peninsula is one data. And then we have to predict at the district level, which is virtually impossible with this granularity of data. But the issue that we need to tackle is very fine-grained temporal spatial data. We need very high level of granularity with our prediction. So we were shocked, flabbergasted at the complexity of the task given to us as a researcher. And then the cat and the dog, we are not dealing with that anymore. We are really taking on the serious issues that really impact our daily lives immensely. From that perspective, I don't know how many of you are AI researchers, but I truly believe that all AI researchers should be interested in this area. And let's look at the other side, the climate scientists. Why should they be interested in AI? Of course, we don't have any data. Should we use AI when there's no data? In carrying out KCP project, of course, foundation model is really important. 99% of research is based on foundation model. But when we are predicting carbon emission, it doesn't work. But let's say we came out with a very simple technology developed 20 years ago, and it worked. Of course, we need to have more advanced model, and we are now using a more advanced version of this technology. But as an AI researcher, well, transformer models is available in all fields, but suddenly it's not working for climate and environment. So the climate scientists with the domain expertise might have to find a better way to combine AI to the domain knowledge they have in environment and climate. Whether it's foundation model or whether it's a much simpler model, AI truly has immense power. We all know that. As Dr. Mukabili has mentioned, the physics model has power, and we can approximate that fairly well. But we have to estimate in a far more optimized way with using far less power. it was going to be faster, should be faster and more precise. And as a joke, I would like to conclude by saying that climate researchers, once they dig into AI foundation model, and I'm talking to my graduate students, and they realize it's not happening, then they learned AI and machine learning, whether it's Meta or Google, you can also make money later going on to a new career in this kind of private sector companies. That was an advice to my students. In the morning session, we talked about convergence talent. We need convergence talent. Well, AI is just a methodology, like mathematics. Mathematicians, they know more than just mathematics. We need to develop convergence talent at GGGS. We are developing AI researchers, and AI is just a methodology. We need to identify the problems in the real world. So you should be an AI researcher who can resolve problems that are close to our heart and close to our life. I really look forward to seeing our graduate students turn into such convergence talents. Thank you very much. Next discussant is Dr. Lee Hyo-sop. He is an executive vice president of Encore Technologies, and he will talk from the industrial perspective.
Thank you for the introduction. Let me share my presentation file. Well, my business is related with renewable energy and moving toward net zero or energy transition without using carbon or emitting carbon, how important renewable energy role can be. One of the most important thing is net zero electricity source. When we talk about the source of energy that do not emit any carbon, think about the grid. Some say that humanity has created the most complicated thing, that is electric grid. However, the value of the electricity fluctuates based on the current generation demand and pre-planned supply schedule, and this grid requires a lot of cost. In managing and selling renewable energy, we call the electricity source as a value, and renewable value is the terminology that we use. But from the user's point of view, they might not regard this as a value, but rather they will say it is actually the source. But on the right graph, you can see that the price increase and decrease is much steeper than that of the coin. And then, if you look at that, sometimes we have to pay a lot of money because of this. The below graph shows the rising trend of the add-on payment outside the market attributed to the increasing share of the renewable installation. This suggests an additional out-of-the-market add-on approximately. And also, you can see that the inherent volatility of renewable energy source elevates actually the electricity prices, making predictable and controllable renewable energy source even more valuable. So this might sound quite paradox, right? But more renewable energy grid we build, more cost is actually occurring. Why does that happen? Electric grid, what is it? If you look at Korea, the frequency is 68, and that's how we create the electricity. And no matter how much electricity you generate or less you create energy, if it goes above 60 hertz or if you go the boundary of the 60 hertz, there could be issues. So most of the home appliances that we use are 60 hertz. It shouldn't go above or lower than that, because if it does, then consecutively all the home appliances can be broken down. So we try to understand how it happens, whether it goes above or below 60 hertz, so that the frequency can be fixed to 60 hertz. But as you know, no matter how much we want, sometimes because of the natural syndromes or natural trends, it could go up or below that. And it gives a huge add-on cost on our electric grid. That's the current situation. If so, what should we do? How can we control that? When renewable energy, like conventional energy, if it's fixed to 60 hertz and then it just stay there, that would be great for us. With the introductions of the renewable energy, if we can fix it, if we can control that, then there wouldn't be any added on cost. But without that, once again, if we go beyond a certain point, we cannot accept the renewable energy. We cannot go to net zero. Once again, what we can do is just like a conventional power supply. We call this here the skyrocketing or skydiving vulnerability or the changes in the supply of energy. We need to once again control that. And there are two things that we can do to control. First is visibility, whether it has the visibility or not, and how much energy is being generated. What about tomorrow? What about today? In 10 minutes, how much energy will be generated? We need to secure visibility. Second, once again, the controllability is important. For example, we would like to control the output to a certain percentage. It's not like 100 or 200, but we have to think about the previous and the afterwards. So with the visibility in a real-time basis, we need to monitor and then we need to forecast and we need to enhance the accuracy. Of course, conventional energy supply is operated in a massive scale, and power plant and also the generator are all automatically set out, so they control automatically. However, renewable energy, they change so rapidly, they don't have the monitoring capability or control that, so it's very hard to optimize or automate that. And from the system operator point of view, sometimes it might look outrageous, but certainly if you go outside when there are a lot of cloud coming, then we make fun of that, but we cannot prepare for something that unexpectedly happens, like when cloud happens or gather together, or when the clouds totally clear, then this situation will be something that are unexpected. So with more renewable energy comes in, such situation cannot be controlled. And how can we optimize, automate that? Here is where the AI can be used. Company like mine, Encore Technology, we play a certain role. Not only my company, but there are many companies who automate and then optimize this. And in the sense, there are certain things that we do. It's IoT-based data gathering, data controlling. And as I mentioned before, the things that usually done by human being, like safely operate that, is now done by AI through algorithms and efficiently operate that based on the infrastructure. All of these are done. So if you look at the AI model I previously mentioned, and also the keynote speaker also talked about that, definitely renewable predictions are most frequently used, and controlling the renewable energy is also widely done by using AI. I'm not only talking about controlling to 100 but rather, for example, we can predict what will be the demand, and considering the prospect demand, we can automatically control the power generation. And in my company's case, definitely we have numerous ways to do that. We do machine learnings, and then we strengthen the capabilities, and then predict it, and then control that. More important thing is probably the weather forecasting for renewable, because we need to forecast the weather so that we can control and monitor the renewable. In order to focus more accurately, we make sure that every 10 minutes, kilobyte wise, we need to forecast that. For example, the weather forecast says that in a certain hour, the speed of the wind will be such and such, but we cannot do that on an hourly basis, because if everything is measured on an hourly basis, that will be too belated. We need to do more precise ones. So with the spatial resolutions over 5 kilometers fail to provide accurate weather data because of their distance, we need to come up with a more accurate one. This is the automated platform for renewable energy bidding. I'm not going to elaborate, but in first stage, we need to forecast for the generations, and we need to forecast the market, what will be the price, and then optimize that. And we need to prepare for the real-time bid offer, forecast update, and then we need to submit the real-time bid offer, get cleared amount from the market on a real-time basis. In every real-time basis, what will be the output of the energy. So real-time output estimations and setting the manual target output, generator control unit is also important. Without AI, this is not possible. So if you ask someone to calculate manually, everyone will quit. They will leave my company. So we need to use AI. So the conventional or traditional methodology of calculation cannot be done, because AI is much smarter, much more efficient. We need to use AI. When we started this, we had about 20 power plant forecast availability, but now 1,300 power plant, we can forecast, we can control that, we do that. However, the number of employees we have, just a little bit. Yes, there were quite a bit of work, so we just increased just a little bit. But if you look at the power market for the automated control of this electricity generation, we are using AI, and I guess AI can give us the greatest support so that we can move toward the net zero. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
And then our last but not least discussant, Dr. Shin Jung-ho, so principal researcher and the head of the Chemical Database Research Center at Korea Research Institute of Chemical Technology, and he'll be talking from the perspective of material science. Thank you. Please.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
Good afternoon. I'm Shin Jung-ho from KRIT.
굉장히 뜻깊은 행사에
I'm honored to be a part of this very meaningful conference. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this conference. When I was first invited, I thought I would talk about how KRIT is using AI in our chemical research. But this conference is obviously related to climate change, and I was kind of at a loss of what I can contribute to in this kind of environment. Then I looked for several keywords, like how AI is used in the material science. And then of the research issues that we were tackling, they were related to environment. So I want to share 5 keywords with you. The first keyword is multivariable problem. In other words, let's talk about secondary batteries. There's the cathode, anode, and there's the electrolytes that connects the two. Lithium-based secondary batteries are optimized by substituting the material for those cathodes and anodes. But the entire performance of the battery is determined not just the cathode but anode material and electrolyte performance, and also how much of the metal is in the earth, the market price, stability. So these are all variables that need to be optimized. In the process of optimizing these variables in the material science, we are actively adopting AI. And a similar case would be For climate change,
생각해야 되는 변수들보다 오히려
instead of the variables for the material, I think you need to consider far more variables because outside the weather is related to so many things.
소재에서 고민하는
So that
부분인데
would be much bigger than the number of variables that we consider in the material science. So AI is always related to multivariate analysis. That was my first keyword. My second keyword is global warming indices, GWP, meaning that greenhouse gas contribution to global warming, the level of contribution. I'm not an expert in calculating this factor, but I don't know the details of the formula for calculating this. But my researchers began to be interested in global warming because in the semiconductor processing, there is greenhouse gas, various types of greenhouse gas that are emitted to the environment. And to reduce this negative impact on the environment, we need to restrict the emission of greenhouse gas by utilizing substitute gas. So based on global warming indices, we wish to use the least amount of greenhouse gas. And Professor Mukabili has showed us in his keynote presentation, even when there's no physical model, a lot of data can be, research can be done on data. GWP currently is calculated based on physical models, where if the simulation it requires too much calculation, we can find a breakthrough by using AI to calculate global warming indices. So as a material scientist, we are very much interested in global warming indices. And I think this could be a nexus between climate change and AI. And another connectivity that we can think of is renewable energy. Renewable energy research in material science is slightly different from your perspective because in our research, renewable energy is like we get the input and we change the input energy to electric power. And what is the conversion rate for that? The conversion, if we can increase the conversion rate by using a certain material, finding the material would be really critical for us. And solar cell slide, perovskite solar cell, as it changes the ray to the energy, our KAIST has achieved high level of performance, not just for the solar cell of renewable energy, but also the heat conductivity material. By improving the material performance of renewable energy, I'm sure we'll be able to contribute to reducing carbon neutrality. So we believe that by developing the best possible material, we can have a positive impact on tackling climate change. Third, I think AI researchers would all agree on the importance of data. We need data for deep learning. We need big data. And also for materials engineering, we have limited data. And sometimes we don't have big data. And because of that, we have been concerned about the credibility and precision of big data model or AI. Material engineering, whenever the detailed application changes, data structure or data format changes greatly. Data used in one sector cannot be easily used in another sector. So data aggregated for one sector is highly fragmented. But as Professor Oh has mentioned, in order to aggregate the kind of data, how much data can we have? It's like just 200, 300 data. Sometimes we use unilateral model, uniform model, so that we can deal with small amount of data for demand prediction. But material scientists, if they can gather data from multiple sectors for their research, that would be nice. Climate change related data, in order to build a big data, there could be various sources of data around the world. If we can integrate that kind of data, that would be really beneficial for material science research. And I've talked about big data. NVIDIA's GPU price is skyrocketing these days, and large language models, they have to consume a lot of computing resource to deal with big data. But that is different for material science. Climate change requires large level of learning for big data, but material science requires more detailed or granularized data. So material science is relatively free from the burden of huge amount of computation, but climate change requires bigger data and requires larger level of learning, and does have to find the most efficient way to consume power, and algorithm development for that would be most important. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. So that
Thank
concludes
you.
our scheduled discussion, but I have a few questions for the speakers today. The first one, because we are graduate school of Green Growth and Sustainability, first one relates to training. Like, what type of training would be useful for the up-and-coming students to learn when they go into the real world and they want to use AI to enhance their career and at the same time save the earth. So Dr. Mukavilli, do you want to answer that first?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So essentially training data, right? So, sorry, training programs or training data? What's the question? Okay.
People.
All right. Yeah, so I think, I can touch on my own background, which was I started out in electrical and computer engineering at the undergrad level, where I was already at a relatively early stage exposed to robotics and autonomous systems as such. I later got passionate about climate change. So for me, it wasn't lucrative as such to get into this field, but I was inspired to make a difference in this area. And I realized a lot of the work underpinning this was physics and even engineering principles. But although I guess at that stage, there was quite a bit of pessimism around machine learning being black box models, which is still the case, increasingly black box depending on the larger the model sizes. And also because they weren't really demonstrable breakthroughs, which were showing better performance. There was rightfully some skepticism, but having spent sufficient amount of time in this other discipline, I was able to kind of connect the dots and see that a lot of these are complex physical processes, which could be simplified using machine learning. So I would suggest spending time in very different departments or disciplines if you can. And this sort of learning doesn't come overnight. You for you to be able to relate to the core challenges across both fields, unless you actually spend sufficient time. It's probably not the most efficient way to go about your own career. You're better off maybe focusing on one discipline, especially if you want to be a professor or something. You're better off just sticking to one discipline to get your faculty job. Like once you're in a tenure track, then yeah, okay, diversify as such. But if you actually want to maybe make a difference, then merging, I mean, a lot of the breakthroughs happen at the intersection of fields, and less so while you're still in one specific area. So yeah, that's like training individuals. There's no easy way around it. You have to spend an equal amount of time and collaborate. When it comes to training data sets, I think, yeah, I mean, the main, I think I mentioned this in my talk, right? Essentially, deep learning didn't really start out like this because it's like symbolic and handcrafted kind of representations. And they thought that was the way to go about it. But over time, it became increasingly data-driven. And there are a set of classical ML models which work in low data settings as well. So they can be used, across, ML can be applied across the gamut. It's just maybe less fashionable to do so for the kind of cat and dog problems which ML has been previously focused on. And if you are working on those problems, having as much data as you have access to is very useful. But there's a lot of important problems which need to be tackled, like in material science, which rely on sparse data. And obviously, you could augment this by like computational chemistry models, and this is something which even in the earth science domain, you combine simulations with satellite Earth observations to kind of fill gaps. So there are methods to do this, and even AI itself provides you the ability to generate synthetic samples as such. It's so there are ways to address some of these issues.
Thank you. Thank you. For Professor Alice So, I have a provocative question. We heard from a student yesterday, actually, so I'll reiterate that. Does AI actually do more good than harm in a sense, in a climate change sense, that we use AI to try to solve climate change, but at the same time, running those AI is going to cost a lot of electricity, and some of the electricity comes from coal, gas, and oil. So in that case, are we really doing more good than harm?
The short answer for now, I think, is no. I think we are actually doing more harm to, at least for the environment. All of these research groups, these companies, Google, OpenAI, whatever, putting in so many hours of compute into sort of making their foundation model better than somebody else's. Research labs, mine included, are also doing the same thing. So in the short time period, I think we are doing more harm. I think we need to rechannel that. We really do need to, and Karthik's co-author, like Yoshua Benjo, he talks about this all the time, right? So we need to be thinking about using the potential power of AI to try to solve these really important problems like climate change, when currently most of the compute for these foundation models are focused on answering users' questions like trivial questions. Many of them are trivial questions that people ask to ChatGPT. So how are we going to incentivize researchers, companies, governments, students, individual users to do less harm, minimize harm, and rather spend their compute and resources to make a positive change? That, I think, we all together have to work on that. That's a very challenging problem.
And go ahead, please.
I think this is a very important point. And maybe another perspective here is when you do focus on critical problems, like simulating the climate, right? You are actually compared to physics models, which already do run on like massive computing clusters, right? There is a demonstrable advantage with the speed up in these AI models. So it's not always the case that AI would necessarily consume more resources compared to the existing paradigm, especially when you don't need to run like a super high resolution model. And another aspect is to do with the diversity of individuals who are working in this space. A lot of this is coming out of like science fiction sort of thought processes emerging in Silicon Valley and kind of super first world type of problems. But if you have, that's kind of led to what is fashionable within that space. But if you have like developing country researchers, they're more focused on like sanitation and access to food and these sort of problems. So that's probably one of the reasons why AI recently hasn't been applied to these kind of problems at a significant scale.
The last one, 30 seconds.
코멘트 드리면 네, 클린 AI를 한번 해보면 어떨 거라는 생각을 합니다.
What about clean AI? Because since I work at renewable energy, a lot of energy, electricity is used, and AI use a lot of energy, especially maybe AI combined with renewable energy. Those can be another technical challenge, but as you mentioned, we can use that. AI is emitting a lot of CO2. Maybe we can be free from that issues as well.
And that's all the allotted time we have. Very much so that AI is going to revolutionize any field that we're going to face, and climate change is no exception. But there are lots of challenges ahead that are unforeseen in other parts of the AI. And it will be an exciting decade ahead to solve these problems and solve climate change at the same time. Thanks everyone for coming, and we'll hand it over to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, panels, for your discussion. We indeed are looking forward to innovative ways to use AI to accelerate sustainability. Please give them another round of applause. We will now begin plenary session 2, which will discuss catalyzing carbon neutrality through sustainable finance. The session will be moderated by Dr. In So-young, professor at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability. Please welcome the moderator and panelists to the stage. Professor In, the floor is yours.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to this roundtable discussion on catalyzing carbon neutrality through sustainable finance. So you've been hearing a lot about AI and technology, and now we are turning our gear a little bit toward the finance and economics and corporates and so on. So that's what exactly Professor Aklas mentioned this morning about what's a distinguishing value of this entire conference is about. We seamlessly integrating different disciplines. This might be, how you are seeing from the afternoon discussion sessions, one after the other. So my name is So-young In. I'm a professor at KAIST and also the member of steering committee of KAIST GGGS who hosts this event. I'm really pleasure to moderate this session today. So as I said, we are here to explore really the challenges and opportunity of sustainable finance, focusing on how we can drive this, like a global transition to net zero. We will be having some broader conversation of what's happening in the financial system, how they are driving this sustainable transition, but at the same time, how the corporates are reacting to these changes. So we carefully prepared this session to really give you the balanced view on the financial system, and also the real economy. So let me introduce our esteemed panelists first. So from my left, we have Professor Ben Keltcott from Oxford University. He's also heading the Transition Plan Task Force and also the member of the UK Climate Change Committee. Welcome. And we have Mr. Won-Seok Chang, who is from the Korea Development Bank, the head of the Green Finance team under the KDB ESG Center. Welcome. We have Professor Bob Eckles, who is the professor of Side Business School at University of Oxford, and then who already had a good introduction this morning, who also founding member of the SASB, Sustainable Accounting Standard Boards, and many other. Welcome. And then far left, we have Professor Kwang-woo Park, professor of KAIST College of Business, and then he's also leading a lot of finance programs within KAIST, and then also leading the global finance program, including the digital finance programs and so on. So this is how we are gonna run this show. So since now you hear the list of our panelists, I really want to hear